Very much welcome. Very much. Wait today, but we would very much wait today, but we would also welcome, in the UK. Also welcome, in the UK. In the person of Dr. Malcolm Benson. In the person of Dr. Malcolm Benson. Welcome. Yeah. Welcome. Yeah. So now. Much welcome, sir. Thank you very much. This is Okechukwu, the president opposing welfare union. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Okay. So, and it's my honor to hand back the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Anambra, none. I now have the pleasure to hand back the microphone.
Before you are proud of being an Anambrian, put your hands together and celebrate yourself. Because of you, the governor is here. Celebrate yourself. We will now hand over the microphone to the chairman of today's event. And he will now tell us the next to do for his opening remarks and
thank you. I'll be handing the microphone over to the double mayor of Enfield.
Put your hands together.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, it's so wonderful to have you here in Enfield. I can't believe it. It's such a pride for me. And obviously, First Lady, you're welcome. And you're welcome as well, all of you. To everybody, because just like the MC said, without you, be here. So I welcome you all to this special event. It's not for me to speak, but today we want to know from recently, like I've done, you will see that Anambra is a different place. And that's why we are standing here today, because in Igbo land, before we start doing anything, it's really rightful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Please put your hands together. When you see that Nigeria now or Anambra State, that they call the chairperson to, first of all, you hear, His Distinguished Excellency, the governor, after he or she dealt with the governor, you now go to the vice. Distinguished Excellency, the vice. After that, this before he will conclude, this he went straight to the point. Mommy, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, go men and buy. In the phone and the Buddha Soji, Ebuno Jibine, Ono Wumpo. Ono Obugana, it's our son. I say, I'm away up, I'm a watch up. If I find a woman, Ladies and gentlemen, I'm seeing my wonderful, powerful woman, Adabuzo. You are highly welcome. The president of Hanese people, UK. No Adabuzo. Aka na eme ife dị n'ọjị ọja eche gọvanọ if you are here you are not smiling, if you are here you are not smiling, you are a suspect. Governor, thank you for the agony chamber. Nlota ilu ụlọ asị eji ọtọ onye social media. But you are doing a great job. Security number one. Because you can travel and come back in peace. One other. Ada kosa ko ọba otule. Ọba obute buda or bute gini. Ọjà ìdẹ́gbẹ́ ní irú gọ́vànà.
Ọjà ìnẹ̀chẹ́lẹ̀ ụmụ ibi na London. A sị na ebe ara ọjọ bịachi. Yipụ n'ọnwa mpese. Ụmụaka anyị ọbụla ọka ọra na 2 scales. And ọ na-aga n'ihu. Anyị na-eji anya anyị afụ ya. Mgbe m ji nata ụlọ na-ebichi ime nro wee lara ụlọ lara ya n'ọfụma. Ekwuo nsị na ebe m anọ na egwu na nga masị nọ.
Thank you. Thank you. I get weapons in kind. I get you now. Thank you. Deputy. Well, what tell you? Oh, what now? When you're jail, boy, what? I have what I go. I guess separate the go and yam like Archie. See me go Archie. I go over a man and you. I go Archie, I just got a man and you. I can go wine.
Ndị be anyị ekene bụ gọvanọ Oderi Igwe ife anyị ga-edere Igwe ọ ga-adịrị ya mma ọ dịgoro gị mma ndị be anyị nkwenye chi ya zere ya mana ofu nchekwu onwe bụ na ọma Naịjirịa na London dị nso mana ụfọdụ ada abịanwu ntu ahụ isi onwe bụ na ọma Naịjirịa na London dị nso mana ụfọdụ ada abịanwu ntu ahụ isi wetụba anya maka ome ife achọrọ ebi obodo m ga-enweta ya n'eke maka ome ife achọrọ ebi obodo m ga-enweta ya n'eke unu ga-enweta ya n'oye unu ga-enweta ya na unu ga-enweta ya na nkwọ unu ga-enweta ya na nkwọ mgbọrọgwụ ama mkpa ụnụ ụkwụ unu ji wee bịa nke unu ji anatakwa ife Anambra
nwere ike ikwu karịa steeti ndị ọzọ bụ na gọvanọ Soludo wee bịa dụba na-eje anyị dị lọt ihe gbasara gọvanọ abụ m igwe wee fụ gbasara gọvanọ nke anyị ife amamihe ndị be anyị agụọ ndụ ụnụ gụọ ezinụlọ ụnụ anyị zọdo ụkwụ ọ ga-adịrị ife mma maka ọ bụ na ọ dịrị ife mma ọ dịrị anyị nwa ọ ga ya ma akwa na ekpele kasị ekpere bụ ihe anyị ekpere Anambra ka Anambra na-aga n'ihu. Ife anyị na-achọ egwu unu bụ na unu nchapụ
Please, ladies and gentlemen, we want to. Okay, come and do the meeting.
Yes, and thank you very much, Your Excellency, and your encourage. We welcome you all again.
I think item 8.
Thank you. Item 8. Yes, I don't know how to start there. We wanted the Chief of Staff just to, but before they get ready with the item 8, maybe the Chief of Staff
item 8 is ready. We said item 8. Governor, let me say this because people, our people, we are very used to item 7. Once we go to any event, item 7 is very important because that's where we eat. But we are doing item 8 to not 7. So, just to be aware.
Let's sit back and watch the documentary that will play for about 30 minutes.
In March 2022, Professor Chukwuma Soludo, CFR, became the democratically elected governor of Anambra State. Upon taking his oath of office with his deputy, Dr. Onyekachukwu Ibezim, he pledged to initiate a transformative era characterized by economic growth, enhanced security, and significant infrastructural development. Today, we reflect on Governor Soludo's 3 years in office, a period defined as revolutionary with audacious reforms, innovative policies, and a steadfast commitment to the people of Anambra State. The governor came prepared for the job Ndi Anambra employed him for. When Soludo took office, there were enormous challenges he met on ground. The state was nearly insolvent, with inadequate infrastructure and escalating security concerns. With clear determination, he envisioned transforming Anambra into a livable, prosperous, smart mega city. A desirable place to live, learn, invest, work, relax, and enjoy. Including the People's Manifesto, the Anambra Vision 2070, and the of one state, one people, one agenda in Africa, where individuals who choose to live outside of by choice and not under duress or due to lack of opportunities. Because of the potential and strategic location of Anambra State, Governor Soludo envisioned a state like Dubai, positioned as a commercial, logistics and entertainment tourism destination, and Africa's tech and industrial hub like Silicon Valley. By optimally mining most important resource like Taiwan, Anambra is about the size in landmass and has very little natural resources like Taiwan, but with a highly enterprising population. For the state, Soludo's administration launched 5 key solution pillars: security, law and order, infrastructure and economic transformation, human capital and social development, governance and new value system, and environment, clean and green environment. The Soludo administration adheres to a mantra of doing more with less, ensuring that every naira is utilized efficiently for the benefit of Ndi Anambra. By prioritizing in infrastructure, industrialization, digital advancement, and human capital development, Anambra, under Governor Soludo, is establishing itself as a regional economic hub, not just within Nigeria, but across Africa. Security, law and order. When Governor Soludo assumed office, 8, including Ogbaru local government, were under the control of non-state actors. These non-state actors were later rooted out and normalcy returned. To tackle insecurity headlong, he established a Ministry of Homeland Affairs, appointed 2 special advisors on security and community security, respectively, and the formation of a special joint task force led to the dismantling of over 60 criminal camps, significantly curbing criminal activities. Additionally, the creation of 7 forward operating bases in Ehia and Orumba South local government areas, the passage of the Homeland Security Law 2025, which introduced a new security outfit, Agunechemba, a centralized emergency state call center, 5111, and the acquisition of over 200 modern security vehicles, along with 2,000 trained security personnel, Agunechemba, have all reinforced crime prevention, intelligence gathering, and law enforcement efforts. This comprehensive strategy aims to protect communities against threats such as robbery and kidnapping. Governor Soludo also took decisive actions against touting through the creation of the Special Anti-Touting Squad, SASA, effectively restoring order in markets and motor parks, thereby improving conditions for traders and travelers. The judiciary has also undergone a digital transformation, introducing virtual hearings, e-filing, and digitized legal processes, making justice more accessible and efficient. With solar power implemented in 30 controls, the judicial system operates seamlessly without interruptions from power shortages. Moreover, the establishment of small claims courts and multi-door courthouses, as well as Nigeria's first Bureau of Missing Persons, marks significant strides made under the Soludo's administration, enhancing access to justice. Infrastructure and economic transformation. To lay the foundation for ADTS, Governor Soludo embarked on an audacious infrastructure and economic transformation, with his administration currently overseeing the award of 746 kilometers of high-quality roads in 34 months, interconnecting the entire local government areas of the state with an impressive 462 kilometers already completed, with stone base and cement stabilization, averaging 12 kilometers of roads per month, with erosion control measures. Anambra has never seen such roads before. Under the Operation Zero Potholes initiative, an additional 648 kilometers of roads were completed, including the failed portions of federal roads, especially Onisha-Owerri Road. The operation is on. Other signature projects of the administration include construction of iconic infrastructures like the Ekulobia flyover, the 68 kilometers Amobia to Ekulobia to Uga Road, the 72 kilometers Agulu to Unobi to Nnewi Road, and the Ozugulu to Okija Dual Carriageway, as well as the introduction of a modern bus terminal, which are unprecedented infrastructural developments in the state's history. Quite frankly, many states have multiple times the resources available to Governor Soludo. Half of what this government has achieved, the dualization efforts on all Trunk A roads across the state is part of Soludo's drive to build for future generations. The revitalized Anambra Road Traffic Management Agency, alongside improved traffic management measures, has notably alleviated congestion. These efforts have opened up economic opportunities, promoted trade, connected forgotten places that had never seen a tarred road before, fostered rural development, and positioned business-friendly state in southeast Nigeria. Travel times are drastically reduced. Journeys that once took over 2 hours are now completed in under 30 minutes, thanks to Governor Soludo for his revolution in road infrastructure. Governor Soludo's administration has delivered a comprehensive transportation master plan, including plans for rail and water transport, with the state set to have a new government house and governor's lodge for the first time in 34 years. The world-class, eco-friendly, tech-driven mini-city government house and governor's lodge comprises new government house and secretariat, governor's lodge, deputy governor's complex, 1,050-seater amphitheater, 1,000-seater banquet hall, a presidential lodge, 28 other ancillary buildings, and State House Hospital. Since creation, Anambra's seat of power had been in 2 different makeshift environments outside the state capital. This audacious project has earned Governor Soludo the name Jinx Breaker. Key infrastructure advancements include expanding and doubling the capacity of the Dr. Alikweme Square and entertainment offerings. Anambra has been from a departure lounge to a destination. skills, providing clean and reliable to urban efforts have focused on major urban water sources, ensuring that Anambra. Furthermore, revitalizing the Ifitogwari irrigation system is contributing to year-round rice cultivation. Revitalizing the Ifitogwari irrigation system is contributing to year-round rice cultivation on 10,000 agro processing. Anambra is the largest drug distribution facility in Africa, with a commitment is also focusing on resource development. The annual Anambra has attracted significant investments leading to multi-billion naira MOUs across various sectors that has made it easy to achieve within 72 hours, unlike in the past when it used to agenda. The quality of the Soludo administration came in and discovered the need to mine it for sustainable development like Taiwan. Soludo's administration prioritized education. Implementing free and quality education in public schools has resulted in a 27.05%, bringing Anambra's out-of-school rate down to just 2.9%, the lowest in the country. The goal is to drive it down to zero. This is one of Soludo's ideas. In response to teacher shortage, 8,115 drawn from across 18 states of the Federation were hired through a transparent, merit-based selection process, affirming the administration's commitment to educational progress and ending the era of schools without teachers. Digital learning initiatives enhancing the learning environment. Community partnerships have fostered admission schools in the state and 700 million naira for mission tertiary institutions. For the first time in the history of the state, schools own inclusivity. Anambra leads in healthcare. Has focused on accessibility and quality. Professionals and nurses to address personnel shortages and end Soludo's free antenatal care and delivery services have led to a dramatic over 344 successful cesarean section operations. So far, 102,603 women have accessed care in the state after Lagos. This also portends more money in the pockets of Anambra. Equipped 5 brand new general hospitals with 4 completed and 1 ongoing, building a compassionate society driven by empathy for the poor and equipped with essential resources, including solar power and telemedicine. A historic trauma center at Chukwuma University Teaching Hospital. The One Youth, Two Skills program is promoting entrepreneurship. The establishment of the Solution Innovation District, similar to America, while collaborating with institutions like Microsoft, trained over 30,000 youths, impacted about 80,000 young minds with tech-driven initiatives such as Code Anambra Program, Level Up Anambra, and SID Teens Camp, which has contributed to enhancing digital skills among youth. Anambra is also advancing digital infrastructure with a 2,000-kilometer fiber optic last-mile connectivity project with 6 already laid at zero cost for right-of-way, positioning the state for seamless digital integration. Governance and the new value system. 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 By driving towards the new Onye Anambra, founded on what the people are known for, which includes hard work, entities delivering greater value for money, committing to remarkable outcomes, while spending only 65% of the funds alone in 2022, 2023, and 2024. Of sustainable development over consumption, with careful financial management, rejecting opportunities to borrow funds. The Soludo government, from an average of 2.6 billion naira in 2022 to an average of 3.6 billion naira in 2025, representing more than 38% increase. Under Soludo's by over 80%. For example, his administration met a situation where 137 million naira was spent monthly as facility management, cleaning government offices. It was pruned down to 11 million naira, saving 4 billion in 3 years. This is just one of many instances. His administration has equally provided civil service improvements, including salary increases and timely pension payments. Environment. From the outset, Governor Soludo environmental challenges facing Anambra, particularly issues of waste management and severe erosion. His administration declared an cleanup and renovation efforts. The creation of the beautifying cities by addressing increasingly led to improved aesthetics and health for the people. Our Newspaper Man of the Year Award 2024, Primary Healthcare Leadership Award, Regional and National Champion 2024, the Pharmaceutical Society Nigeria Personality of the Year Award 2024, Icon of Transformation 2024 by Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, Award of Ambassador of Nursing 2024 by the National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives, Anambra State Council. Best Supporting MSME Governor in Southeast Nigeria 2024 by SMEDA, Dr. Michael Opara Leadership Prize Award 2024. Best State in Digital Technology Development 2023. Best State in Digital Infrastructure Technology Development 2023. National Daily Award of Excellence, Most Outstanding Innovative Leadership Award 2022. Award of Excellence in recognition of his contribution to uplifting education in quality leadership 2023 by Christopher University, Mowe. Grand Pillar of Moral Education Award 2023, Chaplain Corps Policing Explorers Chapel. Nigeria Broadband Alliance for Nigeria NBAN Broadband Infrastructure Excellence Award 2025, Father of Ecumenism 2023 by Christian Council of Nigeria, ranked #1 in Nigeria for Fiscal Transparency 2023, ranked #3 in Nigeria for Fiscal Sustainability 2024. While the journey has been challenging, his focus remains steadfast on achieving a prosperous Anambra for generations to come. This is just the beginning. The journey to the African Dubai Taiwan Silicon Valley continues.
By now you're supposed to be clapping. By now if you feel like standing up and clap, you stand up and clap. Don't deserve there. Cannot deserve there. Impossibility is nothing. That's what Soludo is. Impossibility on a dictionary. The man of the year, the sub governor. Honor to a good. Hey! Go over Anambra State. Obinigo, Kumana, Obinigo. Hey, I will be my governor. I never know. Okay, Anambra.
Okay, that will be good on that. Anambra Bueno. Yeah. Anambra Mono. Yeah. Zuano. Yeah. Kachano. Yeah. Happy Easter to you all. Happy Easter. That'll be Easter Monday. For those who don't understand Igbo, for your sake, I think you must sit beside someone who does. Oh my God, the one that will speak, I am wise, and then your attitude, then the one next to you will interpret for you. It's really a great pleasure, a great honor to be here this evening with the First Lady of Anambra State, my wife, my daughter, even though she was called Adora Soludo. I will also add Mrs. Adora Ifa to Soludo Ibekwe. Unfortunately, I think the husband, he traveled to Nigeria. I think he's supposed to be back tomorrow. So, yeah, tomorrow. Okay. Okay. So, and then here with my deputy governor and his wife. On my side, quite fortuitous and a little bit coincidental that both of us are out of the country simultaneously. But never mind. That's all part of the age we are now. I mean, after all, I'm only see two of us in Abuja, see us in Lagos. Why not in London? And the wife too. Our double mayor. Adamai. Nukuma. This is an awesome. Ekene mo na afugom Igwe Olwa. Marama is in a theater Takita. Makanga Igwe na theater na Onyendieba, Yabandieba, Pancha Wezwa. I think I can now need quite a great pleasure. Just the presentation of the 3-year scorecard has just finished. For those who came late, that's it. It's that presentation, that is it. But of now, if you look at your schedule, we should be item 8 gone, and they put 9. I don't know why that is put there, because the presentation is item 8. Appreciations, appeal to join hands with the homeland. Let me then, on 9, 10, and 11, I'm combining them. And thereafter, there will be some questions and answers, and we go. Makana, time is money. Time is money. Time is money. Time management to be a very key component of what we are trying to do. And I mean, just for a context, I need to point out that as a diaspora, as a diaspora, well, I ain't diaspora because I have a diaspora come. Diaspora kata Wesimba. Na Chukwuma mistake ima in the Anambra. Chukwuma mistake ima in the Africa. If you wanted me, and this is a speech. What I'm saying now is a speech I gave when I was a visiting professor at Swarthmore in Pennsylvania in 98, 99 in the US. And when they were having a farewell party for us, and I was heading from there to the World Bank to spend some 2 years, the chairman did remark, oh, how it would be nice if I could spend some further 2 years and so on. And I told him that if God in his infinite wisdom decided to make me an African, there must be a purpose. And the purpose must be for me to leave that place better than I met it. And that I was going down to Washington, and after the World Bank, by then I had been gallivanting around the world for about 10 years. And I told him that after the World Bank experiment, I was going home. And quite frankly, I did. Because before then, we had lived in Ethiopia. I lived in Ethiopia as working with the UN Economic Commission for Africa. I lived here. I was a scholar visiting scholar at Oxford, the Institute of Statistics and Economics, 94. 96, 97, a year plus, my wife and I with our little kids, newborn baby, where I was a small scholar at Cambridge, and spent a year plus there, then gallivanted to Washington, World Bank, IMF, UN. I traveled to 45 countries and lived in these 3 countries, US, UK, and Addis, Ethiopia, before I was called upon 2003 to join the Obasanjo's government as his chief economic advisor. And our phone now, the ringtone is nice. Very nice ringtone. If you can kindly put it off, that will help. My own is permanently on silent mode. And especially because when I'm in meetings, you don't want it to be ringing out. It's impolite to the next person. 45 countries was around, and in 2003 I joined government. Obasanjo called me to join his government. And between then and at least up to last year, I traveled to another 17. We're getting to about 62 countries. Running around the world. But I want to say, if I need to go for Jesse, I'm going to put here. Jesse, I'm going to get you where put that. Moromonia Tanzania, Moromonia British, Moromonia America, Moromonia Ethiopia, Moromonia, all the countries that I have been to, and all the continents of the world. He didn't choose to make me a citizen. Where's Anambra? You know, Anambra of Anambra. Ethiopia, from Ethiopia, Agwata, Anambra, where Bologna Igbo. Now, I want to know when you're mad. Oh, God, you're more than I bet you would decide the Lenanga is here bad. That must be a purpose. Yes, in 2006, well, my family were gallivanted around the world a little bit. Oh, my wife, in 99, after Swarthmore, Anambra, Washington, Asimbia, honestly, I find we're known on Nairobi. Some are not ever get a school or get a jet, get a banker, get a sasa, get a man, be a bunafa, but in the tire, not ours. Now, but when I was undertaking the transformation of the banking system in Nigeria, with the banking consolidation, it was such a risky venture. I received 19 written threats. They attacked my father, thought he was dead. I went to even look for my children and the family. It was it was a revolution that I had to evacuate my family in the middle of a term into UK here. And since then, they have been on exile here. And they are carrying your What is that color of your passport?
Oh,
you've gone back to black or blue or red. Whichever color it is. They are all carrying that passport. I decided that okay for green, white, green. Money I am. Money I am. But that's a different context. But let me tell you, remind you, my dear brothers and sisters, just a few things. First is that the documentary that you have listened to, you've listened to the projects and so on, what has happened, less than 3 years, because what they documented are things that were complete before our 3rd anniversary. They're still working on it, I'm sure. I saw that on our platform this morning, and I saw people highlighted several things they thought were foundational that were not highlighted in that in the documentary, but that's okay, whatever it is. But I want to remind you of one thing. Purpose is everything. If you don't have a destination in mind, any road will take you there. Where are we trying to go to? In 2006, as governor of the Central Bank, I delivered the keynote speech when the League of Anambra Professionals had their annual summit on investment. And the title of my speech was Envisioning Anambra State as the African Dubai, Taiwan, Silicon Valley. That keynote speech was printed into a booklet, and they were circulating it. I saw copies recently and was going to reprint it. That's where I saw Anambra being a hub. You know, Anambra has boundary with the north through Kogi, boundary with the southwest, actually through Delta, Edo. We have boundary with River State through Obaru, and we have boundary with 3 southeastern states. Anambra is a hub. And that's why Anambra, when the main market was at its, was blossoming, it was the largest market in West Africa, because it's such a hub. And I envisioned that we can still, like Dubai, the vision of Dubai by the family, the king, the ruler of Dubai, was for it to be a commercial logistics hub. We have a potentially navigable inland water, the River Niger. And I will come to that because that has been concession to somebody, but it's not been dredged. But we are working on it for the port system to be able to. I think thank you very much. That Anambra can become that commercial logistics hub, like Dubai. But, they began as commercial logistics hub, but they realized that you needed to make the place as a destination. And they added entertainment, leisure, and then, of course, the financial services. And people began now to go to Dubai for holiday. And we thought we were going to turn Anambra, a vision for Anambra, like the Jews. Like the Jews. We behave like the Jews. And everywhere else in the world. Anambra in particular. There's no money to be made there. True or false? True. So the Jews, before the Holocaust, were everywhere over the world prosperous. But after the Holocaust, they decided to set up a prosperous and livable land of Israel. That any Jew persecuted anywhere can return to a place as prosperous and as livable as anywhere else in the world. And so for Dubai components for us in that vision, both the logistics, commercial hub, with entertainment leisure to change its future trajectory from being a departure lounge to being a destination. That's what we envision. Silicon Valley component is about tech. Our people drive technology everywhere. So not technology. For technology hubs all over Africa, if we do gene on here, but where they spring from seems to be desolate. And we emphasize that it could become anything we want it to be in terms of technology. You see, Nigeria missed a very important opportunity after the Civil War. With the technological advances in the during the war, under emergency, they were able to invent all manner of things and so on. If Nigeria built on that consistently, today Nigeria would have been one of the biggest manufacturers of all kinds of, I don't want to go too far into that. Mana, if you trouble technology, you better buy. Well, and we can be that. We can intentionally, we can deliberately orchestrate it to happen. So that's where the Silicon Valley component came in. Then the third component was the aspect of, I know some of you cannot stay in a place, your attention span is low, so if you want to turn off 5 minutes, you must be talking and or shouting. Or maybe you can just step out and chat a little bit instead of distracting the rest, so to speak. But let me say, the Taiwan component is the human capital. Human capital. Taiwan has natural resources, but they invested heavily in health and education. It is these human beings that then orchestrated and then Taiwan to become a manufacturing hub today. In Anambra, the landscape, I was all these vestiges of the Dubai thing, logistics, commercial hub, the Silicon Valley component, and the manufacturing stuff, now building on our human capital in terms of our health and education. That's how we have tried to envision Anambra, if Anambra Gabo. And I want to say to you, as I came into this office, before then, with this blueprint of 2006, I delivered the 3rd year anniversary for my predecessor, his own 3rd year anniversary. I delivered a lecture where I proposed that we should have a 50-year development plan. And he later invited me to help to get it to happen. And I chaired the committee that produced the Anambra Vision 2017, a 50-year development plan. Then, of course, as I was running for this office, we crafted what we call the Soludo solution, a people's manifesto for a greater Anambra. I came into office with these 3 foundational documents, with a clear destination in mind. But of course, you know about the situation, as the documentary has illustrated, where the situation was when we came in. I mean, you know, they know about Dubai, Taiwan, about 8 local governments were totally under siege. When we were campaigning, no candidate could step his feet into either local government. No candidate. In fact, even myself, with accompanied by the incumbent governor, with all the armada of army and police, we still could not campaign in the here local government. The day I scheduled labor, the year I get campaign ever. Hey, that day. The Bajilo Bakalade, the job of our Mandami, my and so on and so forth. That was the head when the people could just come, invade a police station, sack the whole police station, take their arms. They didn't care about military checkpoints, or they would just come there and take them all out, and so on and so forth. That was the era. So he gave Bidogo no as what I was about them. Well, with the infrastructure crisis, roads and so on, you know, and I had to promise in Anambra that when I come in, I was going to declare a state of emergency on roads because, you know, on a road crisis as at the time. So all that we have been trying to do within these last 3 years, the summary message is that what we've been trying to do is to put in what I call foundational steps. Foundational steps. And now I thought that we'll build on the next steps. Part of that presentation alluded to what these next steps will look like. But it's just for us to have an idea as to what the destination we had in mind. And we try to go around Anambra as we were crafting the Vision 2017. And our manifesto is based on that. We are putting these pillars and building to last. And we are doing so, I must say, when we say in Anambra Gabo, a smart mega city. A mega city is any place with 10 million or above. And Anambra, like Lagos, Anambra has the second smallest landmass after Lagos. But Lagos is expanding, they are reclaiming the ocean. We are shrinking because about a third of our land is threatened by gully erosion. So, we have the second highest population density after Lagos. So, it can afford the similarities. Now, Anambra has an urbanization rate of about 70%. Everywhere is getting fully urbanized. So you wouldn't be able to tell the boundary between one village to the other. How you got onye boss nwere ike ịgafe na nke onye Asia jegoro ọkụ nye nke a ọkala easy accept than ijebe onye boss ọzọ and so on. So the communities have merged into one seamless city. And so part of our ambition was to connect all parts of Anambra through transportation network. First, with the road infrastructure. Second, we have hired CPCS of Canada to help us develop the rail master plan for Anambra. We have designed that, it is set, we are now waiting for funding. We are waiting on the funding, and this is where I will take it back to you. Maybe before I leave here, we'll get some people committed to come and give me the plan. And, I will just throw up to tell you what it is, some sample. First phase, I wanted to link the first 4 major cities. Under Jim Mobodo in 1981, he named the current Anambra state, was then the Anambra South of those days. Now the current Anambra state. He named Oka, Onisha, Nnewi, Kulobia as the urban areas in those days. We said the very first phase we'll have to connect these 4, you know, on the kind of a beltway. Then the others will get on secondary when the hub and spoke, you know, linking to the others. But this very first phase, I will tell you, is projected to cost about $1.4 billion US. Okay? And if I got kutu. If I got kutu. About 5,000-6,000 homes need to go. But to tell you as well, just linking up to our population density, the first time all the roads, major roads in Anambra, ought to have been dualized about 60 years ago. Our projection, but in 50 years' time, you will have about 38 to 40 million people in that space called Anambra. In fact, the density is such that if we don't plan for processes for mass transportation, it's going to be difficult to move from point A to point B. We're closing narrow roads here. Of when you're not there, opposite Tilo, cross Nankoko, beer parlor, entertainment leisure will be a parlor there along the road. Or warm plastic chair, white. not one na faranda eba na lobo bottle na e put na ebule e hon so ke na yala joke ya bu moto e si. Meanwhile the traffic on our course eba because I mean there is nowhere else you have to overtake him and there's massive traffic. So during Christmas, those of you who have had the experience, you realize that most places, I mean, you get 20 invitations. You get more to you might end lucky, or less more within your village. So we have gazetted all the trunk A roads in Anambra, both federal and state roads, for dualization, and we're already pushing. Those of you mal ebana po ekulobia ndị mala etu ekulobia round about today ikafete eba oge Christmas ya bụ na no 3 hours man in the lot what eba 14 petrol stations. 14 petrol stations in and around that roundabout. Onye ọbụla na-alụpụta ya n'ebe a, onye ọbụla na-alụpụta nke ebe a. When I told them that well, this place will go and we're going to have a flyover here, people thought it must be not impossible. Actually, when I had town stakeholders meeting with a lot of people never, because it sounded heresy, it sounded like flyover will come walk on. The man who grew up with some near they go Dubai, near they go Taiwan. You go na Dubai, Taiwan, near Jagger, the spokesperson. But Nakiawa Mezo na the globe yet to go fly over. I never know what I I believe I know no come on where to say it just Taiwan everywhere now not that. But the blog around about others all way. Some non as you will be there from there. I will thank goodness and when some youths who get by the Mediterranean. I walk with a phone young one youth or some yeah. Okay, it doesn't on that way blood at them. Senior contract, yeah, policy. It was entertaining us that way. Just the way you're laughing. I don't get it. There's a pop room. I can't go in there. But no one can have pop guy. No, what the good to do? Anyway, the long and short of it. Bona, today, we are just 50% of. Then our fiber, I think around the furniture. The whole surroundings and in the very Nakutusi. We now have a master plan. They will all be green with trees and parks and so on all around. We're just about 50% now. In the next 3-4 months, you will have to drive to go and see. We're doing it as a case study of urban regeneration. Urban regeneration. We need to breathe back life into dead bones. I think MCI, I think I'm sure in our full photo, video and so on. But you can't make a nice omelette without breaking eggs. The first time this thing ought to have happened, for me, 60 years ago. The second best time is today. That's right. But something has to give. When I was campaigning, some people, I'm Nobi. And as we were talking, somebody said, fly over now for Nobi. And say, fly over, that's a good idea. The Maracoaca, one woman na ebe ọ nọ wenye aka enu sị hi kụọ aka na flyover amakakwa kama ya emetụkwana shop. You know, flyover, fantastic. But once a metro shop, yeah. So, this is what it is about. I appeal to all those who, unfortunately, are affected, but it's also part of all of us who have to communicate. If this could happen in Colombia, to that roundabout today. If that could happen there, where we are now, in the next 4 or 5 months, I'm sure the affected would also, I said, my sympathy and so on to you. But one point needs to be made. No property is touched that is not an illegal structure. This point is very important. If for the setback, for the setback from the road to the next building, and then you went with the people we are the only people on earth. Never any provision for those pedestrians to walk. Isn't it? But in our codes, they are there. From the middle of the road, 45.72 meters, either way, but right of way. This is the law. Manandeba say, hey, for another west. Obulu building approved. Just no gutter. Wow. All you say no the drainage. When was here all over the world we talk about setback. The by them we set forward. Or where was there what was there bacha, my back, I to a as they would to buy Taiwan. But let's see I tell our people that now UCOG sometimes you're not UCOG member. And sometimes I must tell you, sometimes I ask God this uncomfortable question. Because this job is, for me, it's a glorified imprisonment. It's no life. It's not life. Just glorified imprisonment. Not when I may escape. On a video, I'm airport. Don't want any video now. On the video of my bad, I'm a black, I'm not going. Might not now to the video, they're whistling when this on your BA. Now, Buddha once told his colleagues, now when you see me traveling, then we're 2 rules. Now, airport. Number 1, you don't follow me around. Number 2, you don't touch my bag. I've traveled all over. I was literally living in airplanes, going from one part of the world to the other. I come up there, I go, hand my passport in, answer my questions, carry my luggage, put them bukoli for na trolley, and get on and be a human being. Not at the empathy. You know, I said, when I buy the inherently very stressful. You know, I need to see now landed by. Name custom, name back. You got baby now on my passport. But you can deny your back. And then you for my passport. As is, you get Ugodo, who's Ogodo passport. I just if I can leave my bag, leave my passport. You know? No, whenever I come out, whenever I travel, Even when I was governor of Central Bank, even when I traveled with some aid, because some of them said, oh, they needed to travel because they needed to get their stakeholder and so on. So once we land here in Heathrow, when I was governor of Central Bank, of course, governor of Central Bank came with a budget constraint. That's so much money each year we returned hundreds of millions of dollars as unspent. So okay, if that helps, I carry Anambra Mwerego, to do that. Once we landed at the airport, I told them, listen, I will see you on the departure day. That's when I get black cab or freedom. General man there who AK-47, they saw the left and right. You cannot do the You cannot do. My greatest fun, I've had driver here for, since I've exile. But my own thing, steering. My kids in Wabaka Pesaliva, I just Sainsbury's, I just Tesco, just Toys and Ross. Nyalorani and Aga is like, oh my God, this is, many times I will have to postpone my return trip. Not that they cancel, but move where. If you never enjoy, you don't know, you have no idea. So, but I tell you, for us to fix buying, obolo now, but now buying, ICOG even na di Chukwuma moment even because I just say wanina, bagalesi ifa. I na buying where responsibility. The way we behave. Obolo, I can tell you, wait for Hyde Park that has been there over 1,000 years. Obolo na buying all these parks in Numaleba. Or say, well, another na site. Another na site. Arab on the west. Yes. Main market is dead. My design earlier. Well, I'll just come in because my favorite pastime is get out here. When I get out here, going to do food shopping. It's my favorite. I like to carry that trolley. Yeah, can no wale and to panya just wale and no je a check out. While we are no jena. Oh, we're at Costco on Saturday morning. And as we were coming out, the point I kept making, I was telling my wife that, you see, I kept making this point that the parking area has to be bigger or at the most as big as a shopping area. If you can't park, you can't shop. Manabai, main market, all the parking areas have been built up with shops. So, even Niro and Eswala Gafe, Ebulugonia umbrella, not cheesy. So, how are people going to come there? And that is why it's dead. We're now trying to reinvent leisure, recreational places, and trying to have parks. Anambra is going to get its first modern super parks, public parks ever. Yes, we are completing just 13 hectares, just a teaser, to give our people a teaser. We are having the very first place, just to give an illustration of what it is, what they call the Solution Fund City. That is the first place you are going to get a water park and amusement park combined together in our place. And we're now designing, I think one of them, Chuki, is here. We just had a Plotter. He's a very talented architect. Because now the Fun City, we have a country club that is world class. I think Meka Anyok, when he visited there, said he used to be chairman of Metropolitan Club in London, Lagos, but it's not anything near the Anambra Country Club. Okay. All of them in that Fun City area. And I just welcome you after them there. Register number, you're not that, you're bad, you leave, well, annually, for the elite and for the and last night, guys, I finished the list stuff. And when I was in, and I called Oliver the Grove's People's Club. Why back, I'll put in back, I and up my back. So, not as they are Palomon, but in at the country club. But we must breathe life back to our society. And one of those basics that make a society alive. Here, if you go through every few blocks, you have a public park. You have a public park. I want you see how they the 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Can you see to breathe fresh air? About the park, Noka. I conclude this go back again, call housing estate. And so, housing Ebony Noga, shop on the housing estates. Where do people get out and take a walk? So we must, and all of the lines, Soludo is a bed of passage. I am governor today, I won't be governor tomorrow. Okay? But it takes the collective will of the people to institutionalize these things. Mado government totally chasing Iwalisi Hyde Park. Property developers, apartments. There will be an uproar. Isn't it? It might actually bring down a government. Huh? Yeah. Manobona buying the elite especially in their protest. Gana John Nancy Wanyama for plot. So we are at work. Onisha, the main market is dead. Part of this next step, that's the areas I'm just trying to emphasize. Because that's the area where you're coming. The new Onisha, we have acquired about over 5,000 hectares. We call it new Onisha, but overall Onisha. Or Obosi, Oba, Odepe, and several others up until the River Niger. That's where the next commercial hub will be. That we should have at least a minimum of 50 hectares for parking. Or then okay, so that the world can come to Anambra once again and shop. We are designing that now. The industrial city has been designed. We hired Mahindra. It's an Indian company, but a global company that is known for developing industrial parks in the world. And they have finished developing this. You saw the presentation, and we are inviting you in a new city. Then the new Oka 2.0, another 5,000 plus new city that will be the green smart city in Africa. That's being designed as well. We're trying to link up all of this to have a new society. Because I am Morani, and we can't afford it to be developed in a haphazard manner. We must have a structure, we must have a master plan. But I see poor, which is what people remind me every day. Governor, even in our plan, for space in our even at the Fun City. All wood or blue wood. You know, wood tree. Hey. I said, I'm going to go up to the said, hey, it's here for hotel about must everywhere be touched. Man, I say, even now, let me do my own part. So that the day I take my own 6 feet, if I am privileged to know, at least I'll be going home feeling like I did my best. I leave the rest. But it will take all of us to preserve that place and get it prosperous for generations unborn. Chukwuma mistake, he made Anambra. And we must make that place as prosperous and as livable as any other place in the world. If in the end, each of us like the Jews do every day. They ask whether it's in Russia, whether it's whatever it is, what have you done today to make Israel livable and prosperous, secure and prosperous? And I ask the same question to all of us. What did you do yesterday? What have you done today? What will you do tomorrow? You can sit and complain. They have not done it. They, onyebu they. They're asking you nko akajisiga aka na oba. Kedu nke gị nwa mee? Because everybody has something to contribute. Yes, we are building the foundations in terms of our human capital, health and education. We are the leader. Health, we've been told, we won, primary health, we're connecting 326 wards came with Anambra. Refurbishing the primary health care center, recruited over 1,000 health professionals, consultants, doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and so on and so forth, and putting all of them with solar and equipment and so on. And we have free antenatal, free delivery for all pregnant women in all government hospitals in Anambra. That's the one they reported that over 102,000 women had benefited from, and including free cesarean operations. Wow. That's what they reported over 344 have done that. In neighboring states, all the way for Anambra, because you are free antenatal and free drug. We won awards nationally with all the with zero mortality rate. We won awards. That's what I call a national championship on primary and public health. And this was by the donor agencies, the international community, and the federal government. 17 consultants went around the entire country. First, we won $500,000 as the best in the Southeast. Second, there was the national champion, 36 states and FCT. We were the best, and we won $700,000 as well. So, clearly, on education, on health, we're a clear leader in that. That's been certified. And like we said here, we built 5 brand new general hospitals. And our vision of one state, one people, one agenda. I don't see Anambra South or East or North or Central. I see one Anambra state. That's right. I see one Anambra state. And what drives what we do is need. Kedonde they abandoned, kedonde no in most desperate need. That's why I was sworn in on the 17th of March 2022. The next day I headed to Okoko. A friend of mine called me, from my schoolmates in university, on your south. Same CC, my initials. CC, if not Bokoga, is serious about it. They buy for more than 500,000 people in the most despicable of our squad. But now Boko in the north. I say yes. I said, but on the north of Chester, we're hand over to us. I say yes. I said, now there's one on the level. I don't care, there's one on the north. Say an awful condition on there, who get there, which I cannot now convince you. I said, well, see, almost quite. That's almost quite. But I visited that place. We just revisited the place again 3 years after, 18th of last month. And that place, abandoned. Kilometers of road ongoing, but 16 completed their streets with street lights, with pipe-borne water, and the general hospital. Now, their schools refurbished, and the children are about the den of criminality. About the underworld, my even in a whiskey, 21 years, HR 26 years. Kado de manya get the best one now, Galeva. Okay, John. HR just near 24-hour notice. Just here no. So, package here, the mama if the we want to turn them The first skill for Nina, by then to turn it and future Elon Musk will come from Oboko. Just have to turn it down. You know. So we are getting on education. I said the strength of the educational system of any state is measured by the strength of public education, not by performance of a few private schools. It's the public education, government schools. We never had a government education policy in that regard. What we had was, okay, you return schools that belong to the missions to them, give them maybe computers or give them this and so on. Computers where they didn't have electricity or whatever. That's not policy. But we just discovered that 77 communities in Anambra don't have government primary school. And those government schools were completely abandoned. They were the weakest in the link, on the chain, as it were. And we have now moved right back. We must fix public education, because that is where, indeed, the poorest of the poor go to. A system is as strong as the weakest link. And we're intentional about purposely rebuilding our public educational system. And today, we're not only investing massively in refurbishing their infrastructure. It will take quite a while. Well, I mean, even for this year, we've just been discussing, to spend a few tens of billions again on the next phase, and then there will be the next phase, there will be the next phase. But we've declared free, for the first time, true free education, and primary, to JSS3, to SS3, that's the full primary, nursery to secondary school, in all government schools. In all government schools. And you know what? Enrollment in all government primary schools has gone up by 27%. And out of school children in Anambra is now the lowest of the 36 states of the Federation at 2.9%. While you have some states with 40-something percent, 50-something percent out of school children, we are 2.9. That was about 2 years ago by UNESCO. But the latest survey by the Federal Ministry of Education showed it even at 0.25. Now we are driving that. The best teacher in Nigeria that won the President's Award happened to be a teacher in a public school. And we are coming. We are coming. From Anambra. When I came, I said we have to end the era of schools without teachers. And we recruited 8,115 teachers. No government, if I could give you for comparison, the Labour government when it was campaigning, if you go back to their manifesto, they promised to recruit about 6,040-something teachers nationwide in the UK. I saw their manifesto, 6,000 plus that they promised you in the UK. In Anambra, we recruited 8,115, already done. Okay? And that recruitment was done not on the basis of Bafanyal Monya. Because the interest of the Anambra child is to be taught by the best teacher in the world, not by the incompetent teacher from his village. And so we made it open. And these 8,115 teachers happen to come from 18 states of Nigeria. If you are the best, that is it. Nobody, not a single soul, got a job there through the governor, we want nothing but the best. That's it. And that's the way we will continue to do it while I sit on this chair. That's the way we continue to do it. And so we are very deliberate, refurbishing our higher institutions, our secondary schools, and so on, because to be the Taiwan means human capital. To be the digital tribe, we are launching the 1 million digital tribe. We have 1U2 skills, what you saw. the presentation, we're leveraging on our Igba boy system. Over 3-week skill acquisition. You are articled to the master. You stay there for 1 year or thereabout. After you've learned the trade, perfected it, Anambra Business School will help you to give you entrepreneurial skills. Then we give them the first 5,000. We give them seed capital to start. And you know the good news, how successful it's going. About 2 months ago, 1,000 of them came back and said, we are now proud young millionaires. We want to train. And they launched at their own expense. We had a massive event at the International Convention where they themselves have now opted. Each of them says, I'm going to train and empower one person. And where that experiment is so successful that at the federal level, they're adopting the same thing. And now, we have 8,700 undergoing the same training, and later part of this year, we will also empower them with some billions to take their lives and become employers of labor. Oboronke, don't teach them, don't give them fish. Teach them. That's the model. That's the model that we are going. And I can go on and on and on about our palm and coconut revolution. Ukwa, on not that Christmas, on your honor to ili ukwa, but you might have been a service ukwa, but a VVVIP. But on your honor to ukwa. Man, on what on yet na Josie and a coqueaco, isi oji ya. Obulundi ocha, ukwa was such of thing. By now, the improved things they can produce in 3 years or so, I can do everywhere. Manara we all come with the same old one, but they're able to see go to. That's why it's so expensive. But we're now coming with some improved breeds that could now, begin to fruit in 4, 5, 6 years, and we're now multiplying this and spreading. We have already given out about 2.2 million seedlings, palm and coconut, and some of these rare seedlings. And the poor household that gets 10 to 15 of them, after about 4 or 5 years, when they start fruiting, that poor household will be permanently out of poverty. I'm giving you a clue. Makandi no no in a to empower in a San Diego every month. Send the leg power. Buy some seedlings. Buy them 20, 30, 50. Acquire obido fruit. That family is permanently out of poverty. For life. That's our own sustainable heirloom matter. You might have stomach infrastructure. I had a stomach infrastructure by giving people. That's what politicians do. You give people appointments doing nothing. One wherefore, I won't do that. I will not do that. We're going to give you an appointment. We have to write the terms of, I have to know what are you going to be doing when you get to the office 9 a.m. in the morning. I want to know what you will do 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1, you go for lunch break. When you come back, what are those urgent things that you have to deal with until the day closes? Rather than appointing 2,000 persons, SSA, and all of that, they're doing nothing. Some of them even in the UK, some in Lagos and Abuja. I use that to employ teachers. I use that to employ medical personnel. I use that to fix their hospitals. I use that to fix their schools. I use that to put money in the pockets of people. If I have thousands of youths, and now about 1,000 of them say we are now young millionaires, that's the most successful stomach infrastructure ever. We're teaching them how to fish and not giving them fish only for a day. Because all those people with all those phantom appointments, the day that government people say, their conditions go several times worse than they were. Because all go honorable. In a culture where title is achievement, You know, so everybody is crazily looking for phantom titles. Phantom titles. For your senior appointment, SA, for 1 week. And yeah, just 1 week. Get a resignation letter after 1 week. Man, say again a message. No, get the appointment letter. No, the appointment letter at least change your title, honorable. Honorable. I think the day we just banish all these bogus titles and so on and so forth. You know, all over the world, when I was consulting, traveling all around the world, consulting for these 21 international organizations, you come there, but the managing director, the president, everybody is called by the first name.
Yes.
Is it not what happens here?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, you are called by your first name. Who cares, right? And in our own place, we are operating a presidential system. People come here and copy what you guys are doing with the Westminster system, where you have all this right honorable. You guys have all these titles here. Our people. In America, have you heard President Bush, any president being addressed His Excellency? This one, the other one. Have you heard anyone, any governor, anyone? It's alien to them, Mr. Governor, Mr. President, Mr. This. The next one, they call him by his name, Donald. Come on. Yeah, are you getting me? Manabai, you get the title. Equal, list of whom I remind you. No one can miss. And the society just go that. You know, these things are symbolisms that tell you a serious society. Very serious society. So, we are doing human capital on a So no, so as an Indiana, now, towards a new Anambra. Towards a new Anambra. And we got to go back to basics in the mind. If we queen your arrow, someone now, as they are fear, they believe for them. I will have an actual man. Manandi Anambra were more. Veji mara Anambra na ndị Igbo bụ na aka aja na-eme gịnị? Hard work, enterprise, integrity. But all those values have disappeared, are beginning to disappear. Ụmụaka m anya na-agbazi boy. Ụmụ Anambra na-agbazi boy. Ọ chọrọ ego, enwere ego eme mkpata, nwee ego eme. The two things are different. Today, a new culture has emerged for the youth. Their slogan is get rich young or die trying. And part of what is fueling it was this new architecture. The philosophy that you don't need to work for anything. With the church, and I plead with our pastors and reverends, they should help us. Because what is that they preach, even prosperity, claim it, somebody claim it. You don't claim me, you look at anything, you don't claim it. What if you now? Look at the California on your elementary 6. Go claim what you MD of a bank. How? Growing up, there were all those quotes we used to put. The harder I work, the luckier I become. Success is where preparation meets with opportunity. I don't know if you saw some of those. Success is 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration or luck. Perspiration is hard work. There were all those things, and we used to write them at our notebooks. Today, not anymore. 9 a.m. in the morning, you find our young boys in the beer parlor. And they go you with the wrong one, go the wicked. You're the wicked. Now, you guys, if I can find a difference. Can different do one hour? No. Or try a drug. Now, emergency in the DBA. And pastors, where Then you have the assurance that you can get something for nothing. If you go nature, one of them, I did it. If was there on social media, they can all work. Society has begun to emerge. Umaka Anambra there is a boy. Now, ndị Anambrazi, bwana ebe kafa na-eji akpata ndị boy na ebe Ebonyi. Okay. Oje Ebonyi, Oje Nsukka, and so on. You know what? The one boy today will be the Oga of tomorrow. Then that Oga tomorrow, or Nakwa Befa, Yakwatakwa Umu boy. Now, Nkwanewi, Wem Market, all the major markets in Newi being taken over. How did I know? I asked them, think I'm an election. I'm a Democrat. I said, my appoint, and the man Nazo, see my appoint. chairman on car, one market or the other. So if I got an election, I'll be asking my guy because sorry, I'm not going election. The Anambra was open and the executive. Guinea Mercy, not the bad dominate is the place. Are you getting me? Because so much Anambra, what they are boy, but your but our boy gone and Anya, would you know Kubana? I got make it away. Are you getting me? Now, ndị na-emezilifa na-agwọrọ for and the pastors, and they na you can get something for nothing, or by miracle. Everything was by miracle. Agwọrọ oke ite, nwee ego. Onye nwee ego, asị na ọ gwọrọ ọgwụ ego. Onye daa ogbenye, ma na-analị ala ọfịa. So both Inwego and the Ido by all equals. Well, it be a MLK and they confuse our young boys. They MSL they will draw gafe. The machines over here, the scanning machines will not get you. You will come and that's why the prison yards all over the world is filled with, or the prison yards are all filled up with Umaka Anambra. Umaka Anambra. In Indonesia, about 23 Nigerians are waiting for execution. One year, the others were Umaka Anambra. That's where we are. Ethiopia. Everywhere, prison yards filled up with Umaka Anambra. So we need to take back our land, and we are going to take it back in a manner. It's going to be disruptive, and we have begun the new Homeland Security Law. I go it's an agwo we go mother we go. I own agwo better we Kali Elon Musk. How? Before you even the IG there, we have a wet and a hotel in nowhere. But on the how does that work? As the money when I walk, mother, where go? I need to play. I'm post even in the line up. Anambra, I will be the greatest governor. More than Anambra in a billionaires. Well, not what they are in the line up. Remember, I am billionaire. I'm a billionaire. My young man need to go where you will. And that's how much easy. That's how much easy. And you know the link to criminality. I'm worried or go where you both draw or walk. Or when the engineer. Try and get Yahoo. When the young boys are in the book, I say I can leave one hour for so one happy Yahoo. And happy Yahoo. Or what are we for me? Or what are you for? I'm happy Yahoo. No, it's never happy. Because he doesn't want to walk. Doesn't want to walk. What may say your walk, or which one? Kidnapping. Oje ime kidnapping no gwa fa na agworo fa nke ọ ga mesia agba anyị egbe nwere ike egbe afa egbe ọtọgbọ ka kwụsịka and onye nke agbala egbe ọ bụrụ onye nke dị egbe draw ejide ya abroad ajụzi ya kedu ife mee na ọsị mba ịdara iwu ya nke bụ enwe nwaanyị igwe n'aka anya ka ọsọ ya ọ ga-abụnata ụmụ nwaanyị must be the cause. All no abale and just kidnapping. Online. There must be a question you know, all those nonsense. So we need to cleanse that land. For us, because the man was in Dubai, Taiwan with all the skyscrapers, all of human beings gave here back. Or beasts gave here back. Beast anal law, anal akalaka. Can it be able? I did another akalaka. Oh, yeah, the one man said, Yanu did the driver says, one prominent man na Anambra. Never be there, he has drivers. For no Christmas party one day. And you get there, they say, Christmas, when you say for my rice. Where's that because? They are no law. Get the highest of you are chief driver. You are not a law, or you are a chief driver. You were law, we're not road driver. You were law, road driver, not a law, or chief driver. You know, this, I think it's a fundamental, my pastors amongst us, when pastors are amongst us, big honor, man the father, man the reverend, man the Ukochuku, Ukochuku, Melanaya. All of them. Unu nwere ọrụ, anyị nwa nwere ọrụ, anyị nwa na ego na-abịa na ya, ego dị ya, maka ịfụrụ ya tomorrow, ịfụrụ anya ya hụ ya, mana ọ sị weta ego, iso seed, so ije nke onye okite, o meelụ gị mesị alụ gị, ọ sị ị na-ene onye na-agwọrọ gị ife a, trouser na-adapụ ya n'ụkwụ. And then all our surroundings filled with Nsinacha, all the roads. And that's why we've told them. I said, no, we distinguish from the traditional religion. Most of those in the traditional religion are very honest people. Because one has also. What I say in America, I get it. Often I do it, you know me if I'm again, you know. Ojofo Ghana, Obaka Yoto, all Faga saying about America, and so on and so forth. A life story of a young man, Esetoro, was a boy, Esetoro, and April, Easter. Onu December, Onu Hillocks, this use Hillocks, not that. Near Binigo didn't know the Yapayaka. Ndị nne biligo ọ bụghị ma nwa onye ga-enye bụghị ma nwa ọ gbaba ga-ebie na-eteri egwu ebe a na-eti mkpu agbata obi na-agbapụnata papa the boy were malụ dis akwa amasị ya eme asụbai ka a na-agbapụta ọmara ya ka ọ kpa nketa oji jụrụ ibere gbapụta. Then bewildered about if I join. Then there's a mother. Remember, we are bound to well, what a hot drink. Well, yeah. Come. Ogozia motto. Say, Ojida, the story, this life story. Ojida, the hot drink. Name motto. Never hot drink or name where. I say, I'm one. Let's settle over Easter. Christmas, Brumoto. Isolego again. Nana don't win. You may get it. Isolego. Mwasiamba. Ya America, I want to say, I go. Unless more gear, okay, or the labor. When I call one or head be a kizu. Yeah, maybe I will say an again. I know what have you. Organ yeah. Where Kowale and Amman was so honest. The China had a good batavia. Where trust wine. Only ever mobile work for sheep earlier, bigger containers. Ole or maybe but trust wine and normally recently more several containers with little deposit. So no I found them better now. I agree. This is the real traditional people do. The genuine ones, the real ones. Peter Brazil, Johnny Malaysia. Tony South. So I go and they are not MNC Naja. Now we'll say Anilo. If you do it, we catch you in danger. Anambra. Because you are polluting our public space. It's not easy, but it's not again. You don't have a car line, a guy one line, a guy forward, a guy across line. Don't be a beggar. Let's see about getting on it. It's a neighbor as a man. Because I don't know why, you just want to also around. Now, be like, well, as a man. Indian and Millie, now get Jonathan and Millie. Yeah, go to Buddha. Yeah, go don't go and pollute our body water because if you're in a competence in Nigeria, when you're not Millie, somebody down the road, be a little million. Okay? Somebody down the road, that's water. It's got to fetch water to drink. And they're going to, Somebody's saying now phone. Yeah, then I run where they go the line abroad and so on. Not ever now run not ever now so we've got to stop all of this. What about women? We must grow. They have passed through these stages. They have passed through these stages, but we can't take another 2,000 years to go through. We need to fast track. Because now that's right. So finally, I want to say to you, you have to be that change that you want to see. Be the change that you want to see. It begins with us. Anambra, careful, live it out. This event, I want to appreciate all of you for an event Easter Monday, where Jueban. I want to deeply appreciate all of you. It's because you love our homeland. Because you love our homeland. Several of you have traveled from far distant places. I know what it might mean in terms of the cost and so on and so forth. You've taken issues na the interest by fundamentally. Let's get it up. If what you give if you don't give enough that it pains, then you're not doing enough. Do something. Prof meeting now, okay, I think we started off. I was here downstairs. I arrived 4:58 down there. Well, see me up. 4:58. And the schedule was that 5 o'clock we'll sing the national anthem. That is the new Anambra we're talking about. That's right. Because truly, most of us here, well, event, where schedule this kind of place, I don't know, they haven't given me a sign, but I was thinking that this place would have been booked maybe 2 hours or 1 hour and 90 minutes. That's the way we normally book for it. Mana by a schedule event will start by 5. By 5, say for Wednesday, oh, because it was the time after the oh, but that's a place that will take him at least 1.5 hours to get to. How can a lieutenant take us say no? 5. Okay, 5. I will tell you that mindset. You can write a 1,000-page book. So use it to illustrate what is wrong, why our place is not developing.
It's true.
You can write a 1,000-page book. That mindset is at the heart of why our place is not developing. We won't do it anywhere else here. Or see where doctor's appointment, then by 12. Yeah, by 12:30. Well, but when you have every other thing, you are there. The way I learned crossing all over the world is that if a meeting is scheduled by 5, you are seated by 5 to 5 at the minimum. So that by 5 it begins. It's a culture here. I have seen quite a whole lot of it here in the UK. Events, people invite you for events. Well, I invite for birthday. When you have a birthday, my wife, the Chalos, Jen and Guy, and I like a also land there by the appointed time. Opolo Nande, the moon and the birthday, and a bowl apple. Now I never, and that's back and that's no apology. You might say, yes, it was in Nigeria. More like, I guess, I could not want to by 1 o'clock. Land there, oh, 3 or 4. It's a thing. They say development is culture, and time is money. And I made some observations where when the thing was going on, when the documentary was going on, I saw some people who came in, and I was almost cringing on my chair. You come in, when you come into a function late, you hide, you go and sit quietly. You don't come into a function late and start greeting people. You are telling everybody else that is there that you are fools. That's what you are calling everybody else. I have to say this thing, I say it everywhere I go. Because I observe these actions and say, how do we travel all these miles, come here, spend years, and we learn nothing? I just behave. You don't. When I come into a function and I'm late, you go to the back there. You wait. You get greeted, the function is over. They can end the money. Not to, because when you go to start disrupting, which means the event has to stop to welcome you, they are late. It is part of what we're talking about towards a new Anambra. So, I don't wish that this will be the last time we have this event. But any time else we schedule it. Just, I'm saying this so that you know, if we're going to have any of this event, but I'm governor by the grace of God. When I finish, I will be former governor. And if you invite me for an event, because there's the time that the event will start. I don't know if you get me. Yeah, because I was telling the organizers that I will be here, and the event will start by 5. So as we were already on the road, I got called, because if you can delay, now Diaspora said, they said, no, I'm coming and I will be there 5. And by 5 we will start. Over 5 here, we do what? We start. And when we end, we end. Next time, in Malona, there is a time, although not really convenient to go, then you know. But it cannot be 9 schedule 5, I tell 9. I'm pleading with that. And just a footnote I wanted to add. I think Oji put the iPhone pounds in there. I love, everybody loves money. I love that money. I only event the Avenger. I put Oji, Tidney, and I'm on the apple. Why say even one apple? You try your mango. You don't go again. And I urge you, open and leave war. More mile. I'm from Igbo Momasi. I hate Jirego. Very much. But I can tell you, 98%, 99% are Igbo. ejiri ọjị ebe na-etinye ego ife ọjị bụ Igbo Adama. That's what I say, Igbo Adama area. Ọfa bụ ndị ji ego si na fa na-amanye akwa. Ya ka nsịba unu luo n'ebe a, but una amanye na bọọlụ. But don't try to mainstream it to become Igbo culture, because it is not Igbo culture. By Anna Georgia, let's not, because only if I or the fashion. Culture, we must preserve it in its pristine manner. Because one below again, asọluzi ọjị maka ọ na-achọ ego ọ ga-eji nwa ya. Ịchọ ịma ya ka ga-agote ya nrapa. Ịchọ inye m ego ka ndị chọrọ maka arụ Anambra anyị na-ebele ego nnukwu. Chọọ inye anyị ego. So I just wanted to, when I saw that, I needed to make that remark, because I don't know how when we go there, we're going to be from there, I think Anambra North, was why we are visiting the lodge, the leaders. So I'll be able to talk to when they say, I think I was your time. Say, I can do that. Kill what you kill your Jefuna, Mupology, Balaba there. Osage there. Aquino there. You say, I can do like John's. But other than that, this is a complete orgy Nani Igbo, because Nani Igbo I brought Anambra, brought also a particular geographic area that is also probably not up to 20% of Anambra. That's where you hear this kind of stuff. But then the vast Enugu state, Ebonyi, Imo, Abia, you will hear that. That's why it's not Omenani Igbo. Whether I'm communicating. I needed to make this point here. And if I don't say that, then I won't tell women. When tell women. That's what I'm saying. So, and I can bet you that if you go and look back when Babylon Machiapa, all the it's a new thing. He just said it. It's a new thing. Oh, for you, I'm not at a video. I'm not at everybody. Mba. I said, I know. Bẹ́ẹ̀ máa ṣe ọ̀rẹ́ àwọn ẹ̀rù yìí fẹ́ ta. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ tà bẹ́ẹ̀ fà. Fa gbogbo tọ́ di fati yín náà yẹ kọ. So ọbẹ̀ ẹ̀sìn ẹ̀ ń bọ̀ sí ọ̀sẹ̀ mú ti yẹ kó ego. Nwúbẹ̀ na nna m adé ti yẹ ego n'ọjọ́. That's good. Na ọ̀sẹ̀ mú ìṣẹ́ ta nke mú. Igwe, this is where if Igwe Kowa is the truth, that's how it begins. Yes, I was ego near. When you come to my own, you are not going to force me. Ije na Rome, you behave like the Romans. You cannot go to Rome, say the Romans, but behave the way Tunus Yemenabon. Or comply with the Twesian boss. That's the point. And it is important because I am better for banana. If is our culture, it preserve our culture without corrupting our culture. This is what I stand for. We should not be corrupting our culture. And on this note, I want to deeply appreciate you. I know there are a couple of you who have some questions, and I am very happy to take some questions if you have any. I will get microphone. We'll get a microphone. Just draw the question. Direct. I will take 3-4 response, and then I will take 3-4 response. Yes, question. Yes.
Question.
Just go straight to the question.
Yeah. Because I have an idea. They say, I can room for us to bring development back home. Now, so I want to train where group development if you get more info, any of the ministers or commissioners for Yaka. He gazette, he hide their they say, I be around 2-3 months. Never, good for and they general hotel now, so I didn't Ujuno. My brother neighbor, your PA, of Katagona, Anambra. So, Muamazika is in Abia phone. Ebumu project where my scholarship, my program of land, we run about Diaspora Villa Estate, Mantanake, and Nataka we going to Batos, when I Okeba, Nataka, you are because all opportunity, I'm going to
thank you very much. Thank you. You got the question. I will answer you now.
Thank you.
The next one.
Straight to the point.
Because the question, just can I take it because I want to follow questions. I would like to respond to
my initial capacity. The governance of capacity.
Thank you.
Because now say this program and around free bed and everything on all the population, child population behind Anambra. Okay, if I get about it, it control child birth in Nigeria. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Governor. Afamobo Ikenna. Abu Manu Mozu Igwe Elect Campo. Ekenengi Makobibagi. Your main word is not only political but it's sensitization. So Ekenengi. Almost one of the town of our local government, and the guys in Malo security challenge there now. And I'm my I was in there, but in chief Magaba, and I was in no go area, and into Manu, Ikina Zuno, because I'm Ikulukusi. So because Abuna were planning for us, Malay Party make a
Everybody has questions, just 1 second. Because
We also have this green paper on your table. If we don't get to you, write your question on this green paper.
His Excellency Soludo, I can Nigeria. A lot of ENM na Facebook I na watch the Udogachi I na they misuse their weapons. A lot of people have gun injuries. And I Choma, these individuals in the news, are they real Anambarians? If they are Anambarians, what's local government capacity? I think we think what our governor should do is to select security men from each of the local governments. So if something may I am who to hold and who to account for it. Thank you.
I need a woman, I need a woman.
Exactly. This
Fast.
Yes, straight to the point.
Hello. My name is Amanti Amaru Adoro. I'm from Oko. My dad in 2022 took me to Oko to discover my ancestral roots and where I come from. I was also schooled there and made many friends there. The school is Ben B. Dr. Ugu gave me a scholarship, but my problem is insecurity. The roads are not paved, also very dusty. So please, can you personally promise me that you will pave the roads in Oko?
Hello, Your Excellency. We're happy to have you here today.
Do you have a question?
Yes, sir.
One question because we
allow me some time to talk, please. So, my name is Dr. Chido. I work for NGO Hungry and Angry. So I have been very, very active in Anambra State from 10 years ago. I'm so happy that you've meddling into the area of, native doctor, pastor, because it is a pandemic in Anambra State. We have a frontier called the Hungry and Angry Recovery, Payment Recovery Frontier. So we are dealing with pastors who have taken money from ordinary Nigerians, ordinary Igbo people, in the promise of giving them miracles and stuff like that. We also dealing with native doctors who are also extorting money from Ndi Igbo. You can imagine the amount of cases we have to deal with. Excuse me, sir, let me finish this. It's important, let me finish this. So the amount of cases we have to deal with. I took my son 2022 to Anambra State to school, and we had to leave because of insecurity. I wanted my children to live in Anambra State, to experience the place, because most of our brothers and sisters here will never go home. So my son wants to know, sir, what can you promise him that if he comes back to again October this year, excuse me, Anambra State, if he come back to next October, can he be guaranteed safety? Thank you so much.
No, before you go.
His Excellency, my
just to remind everyone here, please, go straight to the question. You have 30 seconds to ask whatever question you want to ask, please. Go straight to the question, please.
His Excellency, my name is Professor Mary Ezaji, a criminologist and a forensic scientist. So my question is, we thank you for the proactive you have done in the security sector. We want to know how will you deepen it to motivate the youth to be able to reduce the crime. We know you cannot see a crime-free society, but we want it to come down a little so that our youth can be involved in your own administration. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. My name is Rita Adachku James from Anambra State. I am the CEO of Messiport Group, and I have the mandate of our board of directors. We are a midstream, downstream oil and gas company, and we want to know. I've seen, we've heard your mandate. We've heard of you from far countries. I don't live here. I live in Nigeria, but I also come here. We came here for a startup company to convert waste to to biofuels. So what I want to ask you is, what's the plan for people like my company, my board of directors, that I want by way of investment to increase the optimum, to maximize the production capacity of natural gas, processing of natural gas, because from the data we have, currently it's 5 million scf, and it can go as high as 30 million scf a day. I'm not going to talk more, so I want to know, because based on all you've said, we don't have those, we're not seeing the vested, like, the readiness. Is there a readiness for people like us, for my board, to come and invest in the state, to create more jobs, and to make Anambra a hub for LPG in line with your clean energy solutions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just a few more questions, and then Your Excellency. That's from Anambra, UK.
People are ready to
His Excellency, my name is Peter Ezekiel, Sympathy the Mayor, Publicity Secretary, APCA UK. I'm here with all the APCA members. It's not that a question. Just want to thank you, appreciate you what you are doing, and we, the APCA UK, is giving you a maximum support in your second term election that will come up, and we are going to do whatever is possible for you to be there, because we have seen it. Yeah, because you cannot cover a pregnancy under the Ucha female cap. We have seen what it has done, and we are strongly behind you. Thank you very much.
Right, Governor, sir. How many more people do we, or as much as we can? As we want, as much as we can. Okay, from Anambra.
We get from
Your Excellency, even you absolutely no. Again, you know, it's born in Anambra State. As knowing so, even chopped down African. That's what I'm talking about. Excellency, now even tell you about refuse. Because now, I'm going to say, I had to show up about the man. The problem I feel unable to Anambra State. When the Aswama, when the Anambra, and the local government was the way there now, and the local government are there more now. So the villagers had a flavor and a half, I can lose and so on. So we came about it. I can't live with my friend. Always problem I'm with now. Share field about refuse. Good if I now. I said, let me clear by in a
Excuse me. I have the microphone. I give to you. You ask your question. Sorry about that. Thank you.
On Southeast Governor's Road. Ndị Fulani n'ife nọ si gbakọ ọnụ ka asụchaa ya ka emebe mechanized agriculture. Anyị na-abụ ụbari nne ndị community vigilante na ndị amị na ndị polisi ha nyere anyị aka ka ha sụchasịa ọfịa niile dị na Anambra na Southeast. Wee mebe mechanized farming. Unanụnụgo mechanized farming na Anambra. Gọọmenti federal na-ebunye machine n'ife niile. Unụrụ m nke ebunye na Anambra maọbụ any steeti na Southeast. Biko nye ka nna ayọ. Nke ọzọ wee bụrụ Nkwa Nnewi ọ dị congested. anụrụ m na federal gọọmenti ewepụtago ego wee nye akwụ ihe na gọanị na-akwụ ihe ka a mara ife anyị emie ọ bụcha ife m bịara afọ m bụ Mrs. Obama.
I think Mr. Governor, sir, and His Excellency, all when we respond to a remedy isi drama, is make a malisa.
Okay, Mr. Governor, I just wanted to thank you for your vision and for your willingness to implement that vision with your team. I can see from the presentation that you are doing quite a lot in Anambra State and you have a lot planned for us. But I just wanted to ask you a question on what criteria do you use to choose the roads, the abandoned roads that you are actually renovating or you are completing? Because it seems that some communities feel no sense of belonging. You also mentioned that you see Anambra as one.
You're interrupting.
You also mentioned in part of your presentation that you see Anambra as one, that you don't see south, you don't see north. But it seems that a lot of people are feeling that communities where you have a lot of voters are being given a lot of roads, and big places where there are not a lot of voters, like Okoko, and Ebenebe, all right? And my community, specifically my community already, even though it's in Anambra local government, we don't have no roads passing through our community. Yeah. No, that's the question. All right. So I just wanted to find out what is the criteria for giving roads to communities, because some communities do not have any roads going into those communities, and they feel no sense of belonging. Thank you very much.
Please go straight to the question. Actually, the governor, do you have a question for us?
His Excellency, good evening, sir. Thank you for coming, sir. I'm from the Spencer. I'm Monyogidi, and I'm a member of Igbo Ambassadors Club UK. Because Governor, I'm actually into agriculture. And we're getting a medicine of land. Anambra, one. And then two, I'm Monyogidi, we're many in Azokogidi. But we are not going to use a whole road after Igwe. If you go now, why update on that road? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think Mr. Governor has asked you all, and just 1 second to recognize the presence of the Right Honorable Uju Okafor, former Speaker of Anambra State House of Assembly, and the planned chairman for this event. You are very much welcome, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, so I got to see our governor,
Governor will respond, then we'll have room for a few more questions. Thank you very much.
Anambra bueno. Afọ m na emetụ anyị ife n'ọnụ, and a na-emetụ ife n'ọnụ ya na nke ọzọ. Ị na-emetụ n'ọnụ, ị na-eri n'ọnụ wee ntị na-ege ntị. Ụnọ na n'ife na-ekwu maka o nwere ndị ji question nọ ebe na-efe ada egedo ntị ibe ada. Kedu onye ọrụ eri na jụrụ ajụjụ? Afọ m mkpọtụ dị n'akụkụ ebe a nnukwu. Okay, thank you very much. Now, I will just be very brisk in responding to you. Number one, natural officers for investment. We have structure in place. You don't need to see the governor. Okay? You can imagine the governor. Not the governor for investment. You have to see the governor. Then even if that is the only thing I do, you won't even be able to see, because there are hundreds that come every day who have one thing or the other to do. So when you come, you go to the relevant institutions. And let me be clear. Let me be very clear. I'm just saying actually investment, government in Yamana. We have just secured, the wrong thing to tell you. Like I said, I'm not a politician and I don't pray to become one. The politicians who speak from four sides of their mouth. I'm aware of it as it is. And that is it. And that's what I am known for. And when I tell you yes, the answer is yes. When I tell you no, the answer is no. And when I tell you yes, you can take it to the bank. Now, when you come to Anambra and you want to make an investment, the land on which you make the investment will either be your land or land that you acquire from either the communities or from whatever. What the government will do for you is to issue you certificate of occupancy on that land if you have the relevant papers with the community. Again, I'm even there because you seem to be on the phone, and I'll give you a question. Okay? Now that's again, not before. Not from the phone. I was looking at you because I can not say I know the phone. So now it will either be your land or because like in Anambra, there's massive construction site. People are investing massively. Okay? Didn't have viewed the investment. A nonsense, I went on inspection. Now his expansion, 30,000 square meters of land to build up area. His land. Never talked to government, he never talked to anybody. He's doing that. Over factories and then I give commission in some weeks and months to come. These people buy this. An industrial park. Some part of Urumba South. He told me he's finished with the communities for some hundreds of hectares of land. And he mentioned it to me when we met in a flight. And he's going to come for us to then issue him with certificate of occupancy. They didn't need to, we ran into each other by accident. He just mentioned it. I said, once you finish with the community, bring it and I sign up on you. But if somebody shows up and Kasim governor, Nyamana, okay? Because they are before government the government will first of all go and acquire it from the owners. Because it's important to know that the government government and the government government will go and do what? Acquire. Where's the engineer? And then government may acquire. Now we have an industrial city where we have acquired about 4,200 hectares of land. A full industrial city. And there will be terms. It's not free. It's not free. It's part of your investment cost. So if you want government to give you that, you either buy it outright, or government goes into partnership, we value the land, and it becomes government's equity in the investment. This is the way it works. It's not, give me, and I'll tell you, there was a scam that was going on, and that I saw. And we had to put a stop to it. Maybe the future ones can continue with that. I was because land in Anambra is platinum gold. Land in Anambra, platinum gold. Because when you were speaking, you did mention something like Diaspora village. I just smiled. Diaspora village. Diaspora village. Okay?
Your Excellency.
Wait.
Your Excellency. I bought land in Oka at Mbaku for Diaspora village. I bought it with my money.
Bring it, I will give you a license, I will give you a CFR tomorrow.
I was duped. They collected the whole money by one Benjamin Soludo. One Benjamin Soludo. They took my money up to now. I don't have a penny. I've gone to DSS, EFCC, everywhere. They told me that because the governor is the chief security of the state, sorry, because the governor is the chief security of the state, I cannot do anything until you finish your tenure. Then I will be able to pick the boy. And he's working with you as an SSA to the governor on student matters. My money, spent years, gathered it here, bought a land, he gave me all the documents, everything is with me, and it's fake. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And I want
okay, wait. You see, let me, you've just laid out a very important accusation, which I am hearing. Okay? I'm just, pay attention. Benedict Soludo is my nephew. It's my nephew. He works at UBA, at Zenith. Okay? He is a staff of Zenith Bank. So I know him. And I'm just hearing from you, whatever you dealt with and however you dealt, however, I know him to be a staff of Zenith Bank. So if you went through, and I must say this for everybody else, who is having to deal and you want to either to cut corners and so on, and you fall into those kinds of hands. Because part of what this thing will go through it every day. We hear these kinds of stories every day. Why have you not, this report, this is where I have to hear it.
I've written to you, I've sent text messages to you, and you told me if it's true that this boy stole the money, you will make the cost, the law to take his cost. I have everything with you, me and you.
Oh, okay, you sent it to me.
Yeah, and you replied me.
And I replied you.
Yes, and I wrote again, and I went to, I'm tired of going, I'm just waiting when you finish your tenure. That's when I will go after the boy. When you finish your tenure, I will go after the boy. Because they told me at DSS.
You know what I will suggest to you? Listen, pay attention. Let me tell you.
One house, everybody.
Are you getting me? Then, what I tell you this is that, and I can tell you this, pay attention. No, if you let him, if you want to make it a next change, as he said, I will reply. That's not even there. No, allow him, please. Let me tell you this, man. Come on, yeah, get your name. One bar for equal 10,000 times, I sang it 12,000 times. You see, I get thousands of messages, and whenever I have time, like my phone has been on silent mode, and it's permanently on silent mode. Maybe I saw yours, and when I see it, I reply maybe 200 texts a day. I have no more memory of what you're talking about. But if I replied you and said the law must take its course, you take the course. Governor God will not take you go to court for you. Governor will not go to court for you. If somebody has duped you, if somebody has done whatever, you go to court. Have you gone to court? You see, no. You see, let me tell you this. Pay attention. DSS is not the one that will go to court for you. My friend, hire a lawyer and go to court. That's the way it is done as a DSS. Let your lawyer go to court. I mean, let me, I don't want to, you will never provoke me to reply in a way that I shouldn't. But I will tell you this, we'll hear this kind of stories every day. We hear it. There is land is, I said, is platinum gold. It's land speculators, land grabbers, everybody is a land agent. So be very careful. Let me tell you, I have a land in Abuja that was given to me in 2006. Allocated to me in 2006 by the former FCT minister, El-Rufai. The person who claimed to have been the former owner, they revoked it, took me to court. From 2006 to this year is how long? 19 years. From 2006 to date, we have still been in court. Land allocated to me by FCT, by El-Rufai, by FCT government, by the federal government. I am still in court today. This is what it is. So when you say it's not, let me tell you, if you talk about Abuja, talk about Anambra, and you talk about Lagos, these are the places where land, in Abanyana land, and I'm saying it for everybody to take home. In a Jaife land, in Anambra. In a Jaife land, in Anambra. Sapa sa nanya. In a Jaife land, in Abuja. In a Jaife land, in Lagos. You have to have a lawyer. It is, you make payments through the legal process. Make your payments, make whatever you do. When I want to, I have land. I've been buying land since early 90s. Okay, from 91, I have been buying land. I own quite large swaths of properties all over, given the background I just gave you. And I have been duped as well. Yes, I have bought some. I have just given you an example of one that was given to me officially, and I have been in court for 19 years. But the lesson I tell you is that when you are going into land, hire a good lawyer who will go and do proper due diligence. Make sure that you are dealing with the right persons. Because otherwise there are all manner of people who masquerade themselves as land agents. Ijerana banyanaka agent, Yabana agent, Gafuzi onye super agent. The super agent will now see onye in the process you get it all messed up because onye gwalo na also army. Amoro de onye with the original owner. Where does he will go kunye somebody or one apple over to the wrong person? And if you trace your case, because I don't remember the specifics of this case, if you trace it, you will realize that part of the issue may, with a probability of up to 60%, pertain to either Onya or whether there is a dispute as to Moanyang about the rightful owner. I don't know the details, but if you examine it, you will see that it has to deal, majority of what we see with this particular case. Onya Uruwo turns out not to be the rightful owner. You just say you retrieve your money back. Onya Nyezele, meanwhile, only get them. You just say you just lock and for. So, what I said to you today, I'm glad you brought it up. And I'm glad that you said when you sent a text, I replied you and told you that the law will take its course. I didn't tell you, oh, because you said somebody called Soludo, that means the matter is dead. I told you, and I'm standing here to tell you, the proper way to do it is get your lawyer, if you feel aggrieved, and go to court. Or DSS Nigerian court. Or if I get the court. If you have paid somebody, you have evidence, you have this, your lawyer will take the person to court. That's the way it is. Because but in national, I see, when you start going to DSS to do this, it means you want DSS to now become the law court. Anyway, free birth and population control. The same thing with even the fact that not the free. We say that, but so far it hasn't become terrible. That's also a subject matter of debate, because some believe that I am enough maybe population I need deplete now was this is a different subject. It's almost at the stage immediately after the Civil War. Young boys died during the war, leaving a lot of widows. And a lot of young eligible girls to marry can't find husband because the young boys are dead. Now, many of our young boys in the Junofia, they die like chicken. They are living widows, young widows, all over the place. So somebody might be able to say, I'm just putting a joke to it about population control. For the guys who say, if any delay, it boom up, a field where they gap, but I know for your gas. Igwe elect security, let me say this. Obaru, part of Obaru, can Igwe elect that? Igwe, I will send this to you. Say, no, Igwe elect. Because that's part of what I asked you. Part of what I will say to you. No. This is a very serious conversation. Very serious conversation. I will give you illustrations. And the message I give to you is that, because what I was going to ask you is, what have you doing? What are you doing? What have you done? What is your community doing? There is no community that has been liberated from these bad boys in spite of the community. Every community that has been taken over by these boys, at least 70% of the bad boys that have held the community down are members of that community. Are members of that community. Omwero, nobody will come from Ebonyi or come from Adamawa and come to Umuzu, Bono. Oh, Moaka Bono, 90% of the bad boys, Moaka, your village. And therefore, and I will give you case studies. When I assumed office, we mentioned that 8 local governments were no-go areas. Even in here, a local government, that is still the Achilles heel. Okay? A community like Okija, they took it up themselves. We assisted them, we recruited, we worked with them, trained, and the people took ownership. The people did what? Took ownership. At some point, there were now 2 camps. Those for the community and the bad boys. And those for the community chased these bad boys until they were able to get them. During the 2023 general election, we had a massive rally at Okija. The same with Opo. Opo was the epicenter with 4 camps. 4 camps when I assumed office. Actually, a Reverend Father brought me a drink last Christmas to thank me for the liberation of Opo. And Opo stakeholders were in my house in the village to thank us for the liberation of Opo, for the security in Opo. In 2023 December, Ndi Opo had a mass return.
But they had 4 camps. We sent the army, the police, the combined team. We fought for about a week. No more. The first day we went there, they came out and burned down the local government headquarters. But we finally succeeded in dislodging them. But you dislodge them, the community took over. Until today. Last Christmas, they were saying that no more. That's when they visited me, actually on January 4th this year. That's when they came. They told me that Opo was the safest community. And they were celebrating the biggest social events ever in Anambra during the Christmas season. All happened in Opo. I was there. I was there. No community has ever been liberated from these bad boys without the active, very active, organized participation of the community leadership. So Igwe elect, I put it back to you. I'm going to if I spend then local government and Owaru, these 2 local governments on security. 4 of the 7 FOBs we have are all illegal. 4 out of 7. Owaru now, massive onslaught about November, December. Various parts of Owaru. But all you are people. You are people. The community, Umuzu. The speaker is here. The speaker is a man. He knows all those places. He knows the efforts, massive investment within the Navy, the military, our vigilante. If I may invest in these communities. But without your people erecting the counter force, forget it. Just being very blunt. There's no way it will happen. He said the policeman who see from Bauchi. He said the Onye Navy see from Adamawa. What are the vigilante? Onye Amobia. Onye Agule. Obiana Umuzo. Ona Abata. Ụmụaka abago n'ime ọbịa ṅụsịa iyi. Ị na-abata na their community, ndị a na-anyasị ọkada, na-anya keke. They are part of them, they are the informant. They will tell them even ndị abata gọkwa, nekwe ụzọkwa na-agwa, nekwe nke. It cannot, the only way that it will happen is for your people to take ownership with you, Igwe elect, leading the way. Leading the way. Now, under our new security architecture, and this is where you absorb a little bit, Igwe elect, because you Igwe elect, so you did a certificate, so we will not hold you responsible. We also try to absorb Olwa, because now, the previous law put the responsibility on Igwe. But we try to Igwe more on tenure. Igwe more insecurity be suspend there. May Igwe was elected or get it. Negative anya, for the Igwe not going to throne 60 years. No. So, what we said, now the President Generals now have reporting lines. So once your people, and we'll take this message, we'll discuss that with the speaker. Once your people are ready, also, I can tell you Owaru area, the latest report I got, generally, Owaru local government, relative to where they were before November, it's like the difference between day and night. Your community may be peculiar, and if it is peculiar, let's find out why it is peculiar. 70% of the solution is in your community. And once your community takes the leadership, we'll be able to assist you to kick out these people finally and for good. Misuse of Udogachi weapons, I must tell you, this is part of the collateral damage. Overnight, you are not going to get Scotland Yard, police of the Scotland Yard. These people are emergency responses. If I have an emergency, I'm not now and in that process, there will be some collateral. This is inevitable. These people came. They can find them out on the femoral rule of law, femoral rules of engagement. So sometimes there might be. We regret it, but unfortunately, it goes with the territory. It goes with the territory. And I must say, anywhere community and local government vigilante, and when 90% of your vigilante come from the respective communities and local governments, and when this na state level they are recruited statewide, and then also, but for that broken the mind, have to be clear. But these state level ones are the ones who go to major focus missions. No one offer ebendiano. Fanaga with the army or farmer alone and so on and so forth. They do those specialized special operations. But and when the ones by the communities and by the local governments. So Ejo Mafo Wondebai, yes, 90% of them Wondebai, and they are from the respective local governments. Now, Oka, road Oka. You know, when you were talking about Oka, people were laughing. My deputy governor is from Oka South local government, and we're talking about Oka town as the capital. Oka.
Right now, Omega, the only initiative I went on, I provide traditional education to nursing mothers.
Okay, now, if I'm not already address two things, my dear. Because when you raised question about security in Oka, one of us started laughing.
Now my son raised it.
And I can know your son, you got one at you know. Your son need for security in Oka. When actually anywhere else and people feel unsecured, Oka Cabana get down to, and everybody miling around every day, and so on and so forth. And that's the place of feel. Then until they paved the road, they didn't get in a Brent, get off at this Enfield. It is legitimate. I look at him and I say, nah, this government, we pride ourselves. In less than 3 years, we're doing 753 kilometers with 462 completed, average of 12 kilometers a month, and a quality Anambra has never seen. And the Oka, for the first time since its creation, is beginning to look like a capital. That will in terms of the tens of kilometers of road done in Oka town alone, in fact, you may have missed a skit. There is one skit that says they don't know whether Soludo Soludo gave another connection to Oka. Why would you take special interest now you develop Oka? But say not I got another Maya, if you're not a guy, follow I Thank you very much. Oka is one community in Anambra. Awka is one of the 179 communities. It is our capital city, but in proportion to other communities, Awka, relative to its size and relative to its share of the wealth of Anambra, Awka has gotten hundreds of percent compared to others, the average of the others. How to deepen security, motivate the youth involvement. This is what it's all about. I don't even know what it's about. Investment in natural gas opportunities. Yes. On Saturday last week, a week on Saturday. Yes, sorry, not last week. A week this last Saturday. I was in Lagos to have this sent town hall out. And I had about 11 meetings with different groups. Out of those 11 meetings, 3 were companies that want to invest in gas in Anambra State. And very serious, including one of the oil majors that wants to lay our gas pipeline across the state. So, what am I saying? You are more than welcome. Anambra is a land of opportunities. You see, why some? No, somewhere else doing risk analysis. Those who know the way are exploiting and exploring and taking the first mover advantages and investing heavily in Anambra. Today, this administration will given out housing estates that are just developing. And for the diaspora, what I said to you, if you want to own a landed assets in Awka or around Anambra and so on, there are several estates. There is some which, I don't need to begin to advertise, otherwise I will begin to advertise some of them. I don't want to mention any. But there are several estates that are becoming super modern because we're developing also minimum standards. That if you want land, you can buy land in any of the estates and build. I don't know if you are getting the point. So somebody saying, oh, like I have the name Diaspora Estate. We don't have any such thing. The Diaspora people are buying land everywhere. People in Diaspora, people are buying land anywhere and everywhere and building massively all around Anambra State. Some are coming with farmlands. Somebody talked about mechanized farming. Give one. I have budget Costaris farm. Or budget Anambra farm. Anambra rice. So if I put them mechanized, Gambia can say in coffee. Gambia can say in coffee. No, that's a very good point you have made. Very good point. But let me respond as well. Ofia, that's number one. Number two, there is a misconception which I need to correct. Namely that Naife Noni Mafia Bodi Fulani. Because this is a very, very huge misconception and misunderstanding. This was part of the hoax that was sold to our people. The Fulani norm, the good Fulani headsmen. Let me tell you, in 3 years that I have been in office, we have caught many of our people in hundreds and thousands, and let me dare to say, 99.9999% of them are Igbo. 99.9999% of people I did go on the mafia now camps with the Alonse, Patna, Dawagana, Pantarina, Bomo again, Igbo. Because it is a lucrative criminality or kidnapping thing, business, kidnapping, far by over fever and about where I come. It's a hoax. And by the way, when fathers in Havana and Mafia, Cavaje, there was on nobody ever asked the question, how will these people be feeding from month to month, year to year, with guns? They started first, Fabana police station, they will sack them and carry all their guns. And nobody complained. Nobody said this is wrong. They will come to where they were on checkpoints, kill them and take their guns. Nobody asked questions. A hungry man with a gun must find a way to eat. So after a while, it now became a big business. It's become a big, big business. Big business. Don't forget, somebody like Nnamdi Kanu himself, he has issued statement, dissociated himself from the boys who are committing all this criminality. IPOB consistently issued statements, dissociated itself from these people, but it's become big business. If I'm more I did have 100 of them. In fact, this is now villages, they are volunteering. Some states, the state there, if I'm not where we do Anambra. Anambra, I just want in a line. Mobile market. Or more to a shooting, a bullet bottle. Foul, one of them I did, when I hear. Kedukunu Siama, on your target, or Siana Anambra, you watch. Siana Anambra, you don't need to target anybody. They put around on you for the video. No, no, Jirego. On my own one Nigeria. This is what it is all about. I just needed to address this misconception about the non-mafia Fulani, all Makabai, for whom kidnapping has now become a lucrative business. On Africa, UK, thank you very much. Aswama, where my governor has taken a note, we have Southeast Governors Forum, and it's strong. And every governor is doing his own utmost best. But if we understand the nature of this criminality, that's when we understand that and that's why we are fighting it at the roots, including in our our job. The false confidence that you could. That's why we are pursuing them. And I can tell you, since I did the campaign in January, there is massive return in Anambra. I can tell you from about when was that? 10th, 11th or so of this month. You couldn't get a flight. All flights to Anambra, Enugu, Asaba were all filled up. Filled up. Nwa Obi Jackson, I gave my bank tomorrow. All roads all over the country heading down to Okija tomorrow also. Either today or tomorrow. Anambra is full with people because we have begun to chase these people. A lot of them are on the run. That's right. And we must continue this fight. That's right. One day they congested. Well, that's part of the problem I have. We had the government acquired the land, the federal government acquired the auto industrial park many years ago. But it's been dead. The project has been dead. We now have a new industrial park that is not we had. One day is congested. You can see the ongoing dualization going on. we are still coming. We will clean up the place and make the place livable. But we have to also to step up, stand up and step up. Stand up and step up. I am ready, and we do the bit that we have to do. And I cause us choosing the roles of abandoned project is quite funny. And when I'm working already. Let me tell you, let me share with you part of the criteria. I'm already. I'm also never. But already when you let's say already. Maybe let me say this. A lot of us from Anambra North, Anambra Central, and Anambra South. If I had a walk where we look after I'm a Vietnam. Unfortunately, when you travel around Anambra, as I have been privileged to do in 2010, after then, that's when I resolved that I was going to, if I became governor, wait for Anambra North, Anambra West, and Ogwaru. We're going to receive special attention. These places where they can even in Ogwaru now, communities are Ogwi Bele, Ogwu Anyocha. Okay, I know Mozo na Dekwedisi. Ogwi Bele, Ogwu Anyocha. I remember them literally every day. You cannot drive to that place during the rainy season. Literally impossible. They have 1 square inch of tarred road since Adam and Eve. I'm glad that you touched you. When I assumed office, just hear me clearly, because all July to get a criteria. When I said our primary criteria is to connect the whole state, and particularly addressing those places where acute need. Idenoka, Dunukofia, when Dunukofia never. Dunukofia, and where community will not. No. No, that's from Third Road. Kita in a follow almost 7 kilometers of road that crosses several communities through north, through to other communities. Let me tell you, there is a local government in Anambra that you could not drive to their local government headquarters. There was no tarred road. They've never seen tarred road since Adamani. That local government is Anambra West. Now we have completed a road to the community, the local government headquarters, the Nza. And we have just finished another road that will take you from the community to their local government headquarters. We are waiting to commission it very soon. That same local government, there are more than 5-6 local communities in that local government that have never seen 1 square inch of tarred road. In that same local government. Now you get down to local government like Oka North. Obodo Deka is Ebenebe. And let me shock you, because let me shock you because you made a very important, you made a hypothesis that is blatantly wrong. You think we are building for places in the 14 strength. Ikenga, your neighbor, has never seen a tarred 1 inch of tarred road since Ekaladamagi. Compare it to Oreri. Now, Ikenga has gotten their first tarred road in their life. Now, Oka North, from above family, how many votes did they have? How about the registered voters? Above family, when? where Batawa to Ebenebe, and so on and so forth. These people have never seen tarred road since creation. Now we've taken 27 kilometers through there to connect all parts. I've gone to Olumbanasa, the place cut off by a river. Almost no governor has ever visited there. Vote on it. Omonobodo Eziago is neighbor to Umunze. They've never seen 1 inch of tarred road. Vote on it in Eziago. Now, the same North, in addition to the 27 kilometers linking those communities, is the only local government that those communities cannot go to their local government headquarters without passing through another 4 or 5 local governments. Now we have just completed 10.8 kilometers to link those communities to their local government actually. That's the criteria. It is about need. It is about need. It's not about the vote. If I were doing about votes, I would not be places where we are doing roads today or not. Why would we? How many votes did I know? How many votes did I buy? But let me also shock you. There is a community, Anambra Okolo, and your Baleke. These two communities have been cut off by erosion. They can't go home. They will have to stop at Owaji. What is their bike? We have just been designing a road project there since last year, but we've been looking for the money. But finally, we are going to be awarded that contract the next time that we do. Because we must get them back. What drives us is need. Who needs it the most? Given the limited resources that we have. Given that we are not going to do everywhere at the same time. But meanwhile, there is no government, and I make bold to say that, because we have the data. There is no government that has been able to do what we have done in the area of this infrastructure, generally speaking. Erosion control, roads, and so on and so forth. So Oreri, like you said, Oreri needs roads. And one point I want to leave you with. If we take all the resources in Anambra, whereby our one local government, we will not finish fixing the roads in that local government. All. If we take all the resources to one local, we will not finish. But we are very strategic in making sure that those places, the traffic count is one of the considerations. Those who have been abandoned and never seen anything before, Aman roads, Ebidoga, and Oreri, that were not completed. Manandi Bidoli had no intention of doing them. And this is one final point I made to you about infrastructure, the way we deal with these things in Anambra today. I don't play politics with road projects. It was a maybe and bobo. It was election nelu. On your job today, it's a contract to mobilize society. And then, the next rainy season, the place will be even 10 times worse. I will not start a road project unless I can think through how I'm going to complete it. I'm not doing it. So, already, Cold War, I have it. So, I will, but the intention is there, the master plan is there. If it doesn't get to you today, we won't do all of them in one day. A few other persons, don't forget, the chairman asked matter. It's from Oreri. I know many, so I not to tell you, you're not raising it the first time. So many Oreri people have raised it. There's no community you mention now here that I can tell you who and who and who, how many persons have raised from Kesimba to through Obu to Obeze. emesịa ya ọ bụrụ na nke mba ukwu nke mgbakwu a na-ịchọba na mgbakwu awụ ọkụrụ ị nwere ike gbada ị nwere ike ịnweta ego na-ebiga wa n'ọbet na ndị otu ya and so on and so ị na-achị ọchị nwanne gị nwoke na-achị ọchị na ọ sị na a na-ekwu nwanne gị nwoke na-achị ọchị na o Ekwulọbịa nke be anyị
ndị Ugwueke ndị nne ma ọhụrụ nwa mgbafọ aja niile mgbamgbamgba
iwe Ekwulọbịa flyover ọgafe n'ihu be gị anaghị ọsọ na ndị Agụtụ
Iwu businessman.
Actually, you may get return like 1.2 because 1.2 if all costs like it were. Let me be clear to you. No. If I have no compensation, let me correct that. We don't pay compensation. We are not listening. We can only compensate you if we infringe on your rightful property. If a was illegal because you have built illegally on the right of way, the law is that you are supposed to personally remove it at your own expense. So now for free time, be acquired, take a but I understand when we're leasing land for agriculture, I think I responded to that. I responded to that about land. For 3 new cities. Industrial city, agriculture, where the next, what we call Onisha 2.0, which is not Onisha City, where commercial or whatever value area, we'll discuss the terms. But on the other hand, they go to the owners. In the Ayamelum, for example, many commercial farms, non Ayamelum, not in Anambra West and Anambra East. A lot of Omambala area, farmland in abundance. And people are going there and getting thousands of hectares of land to farm. Manager and again a community put them on. All I know is show me where to sign. I will sign. Now that we have digitized our land administration, you can now get title within days, as it were. I compile even in eyewitness labor, or who are summarizing. Can all the roads have pedestrian crossing? I think this is, my deputy was just summarizing several of the things. Can we regulate child adoption in Anambra? Okay? Of course, yes. Pedestrian crossing, I think this is our urban regeneration process is ongoing. Manachom Kain Charlatana, if it take over 100 years to get bad, you are not going to fix it in 2 years. Ụzọ niile a na-alụ enwere ebe a na-eji ọba aga. Ijebe ikutusifa, inegide ụfọdụ ị ga-enegide ụfọdụ. Ịchọba pedestrian ibe anyị, ma na sọ nkutu ụnọ ka anyị ga-alụ for the duration of our tenure, so to speak. So, but about our infrastructure, road infrastructure, pedestrian crossings, traffic lights, and so on and so forth, marking roads, even road signs, and so on. We are investing quite a bit on it. We will continue to invest on all of this to modernize our transportation system. Regulating child adoption, sure. And I think, by you raising this, we now need to look at the law, because there is a law that regulates this. We need to look at it and see if there is any further way to strengthen this. Any plan for Diaspora Commission in Anambra? The question is, what does the Diaspora Commission do? See, we've got to ask that question. What does the diaspora, you have it at the federal level, what does a state diaspora commission do other than just another bureaucracy? Other than just another bureaucracy. You want to interface with you and whatever, you have association, good. Indian US, they have ASA USA. You have this, and you learn and whatever you need, and you interface. Other than going to create another commission with bureaucracy, I need money to 1,001 things to get done, and we don't have money. And then creating new bureaucracy that add very little. But if you convince us that we have great value, what this commission will be doing every day when they wake up, different from what the National Commission is doing, or what the embassies do, and so on and so forth, then we can look at it. Any room for ICT engineers to contribute in data management in Anambra? Of course, not in any room. We have a huge ICT operations. And when you hear about the SID, Solution Innovation District, and we have ICT agency managed by one of our brightest. The issue of big data and ICT is very, very big in Anambra. In fact, one of our operating philosophies is everything technology and technology everywhere. So if you have something to add to that, you are welcome. Let us know. And I'll link you up, link the person up to CFA. You okay? Yeah. If you get the contract, we'll link the person up to CFA. What is the process of CFO in Anambra? I think this I have explained and explained and explained. CFO is, like I said, depending on if you already have an existing title and it's being transferred to another person, from A to B. That takes about 72 hours to 5 days. You can get that transferred. But if it's a virgin one, in which you've gone to communities and finished with them, and the community has given you all the documentation and will verify it's not fake, of course, the governor signs. The last time I signed documents on CFOs and so on and so on, I think I signed more than 200 at a time, and so on. So the process is very straight. It's like any other asset. Like you go and buy any other asset. But the warning that I have given here, just like I have become, I've been victim in many places, that I then learned my lesson. I have very good lawyers now. I don't talk about land. For about the last 15 years or so, I don't even talk about land without, we go through my lawyer. And my lawyer will go and do the due diligence. But there is due diligence. Yes, when Gababia goes him about 5-6 years ago, onye pụta na-egosi gafe ya na-eme nke a na-amachala ibe a kpọrọgova jee once, kpọrọ onye a jee my relation, jee once, jee twice, jee three. Ruezie mgbe like the place from video that I wanted to make a deal. I sent my lawyer. But by the way, where to was here, where was there, from my German lands, over on the lands, fed to the community. Where do I, on your own easy, do, or you are, where no moon now, where trouble your own easy moon now. Where they're certified by the PG and so on. So dealing, when you go to the communities to deal with land, make sure you deal with the legitimate authority. Don't see somebody on Facebook or Naiva. However, the name, even if say in Afia with Chukwuma, Soludo, and so on. Don't go and hand over your Yaman only a Malay for onye nke offering. Mana onye nke offer, abụrụ na onye nwa. Mgbe a chọbaziela ijezi ka ịbanye na ndị nwe ana eburu mma na ọgụ na ibe apụta. Ịwa ọsọ, ijekwuekwazie ndị nyere ego. Nwoke eribiga ego. Jezi etiri nke fọrọ ọgbazi. And so on. So, we have room for all of this. The government doing to clear the business of unknown government. This is what we've been discussing here. Let me be very clear, because somebody mentioned this point. This fight is not going to end and end completely 100% very soon. You know why? Allah Nasia Ndamwada also. No, they do not do that. Because it is a lucrative business. What the guy is saying, they never draw for it to end soon. Or they never Yahoo for it to end soon. With all the hard punishments, with all the punishment, Yahoo, or the same thing, because they have tested blood. I know when I test the blood, that is where we are. I know when I test the blood, but I am over the youths. Come out from the bush. Now, what they believe of you? Epota will rehabilitate you, give you a skill, rehabilitate you to be useful. But if you insist on staying in the forest, if they will forget me. If they will, and as we tell them, our young ones, nobody has lived through criminality and lived to old age. Nobody. So we are fighting. If I tell you what we spend on this guy and this to secure our people to keep that state the way it is today, my heart bleeds. Fix schools, fix our hospitals, fix our roads, and so on and so forth. And we'll then spend it. But we must rescue the state. To make a mistake in my area. To make sure they don't rig the election. So what are you going to make sure they don't rig the election? They get rig the election. Onye nazo. Onye. Onye makuta ga-eri ike mana ofufe anyị mabara oke adịghị ife onye mmadụ ka m kwụsị etu a. Can we invest in mental health management in Anambra? For sure. Mental health. We're trying to erect a mental home. Makana is an epidemic, but one that is not known. Onka people want you back for second term. Okay. Onka people want me back for second term. Okay. Any youth program to minimize kidnapping? We have massive youth program. I've talked about it. 1 youth, 2 skills. Massive one. 1 youth, 2 skills that has already empowered 5,000 youths, another 8,700 undergoing training now, and so on and so forth. And by next year, we expect that that number will more than double. We have massive youth program. I don't know if tech. Technology where we've given more than 30,000 youths digital skills, including Code Anambra, that they got coding skills free of charge. But we offer them those. People know what you pay to go through to acquire those skills elsewhere. We have all those, but you see, the ideology that you get something for nothing was taking hold, and we are out to challenge it. To tell people that we must go back to basics. We must go back to basics. And that doesn't matter if no, whatever. So, any compensation for Ezioko people affected by erosion control work? And a book a river and wine, to come and I there to come and control the erosion, naturally wipe out the entire community. If he got wine to come and save me. That's what it is. Because I tell you, Oko is one of the communities, I believe, I'm not a geologist, I don't understand what it is. But that's your question. If I not do even the Oko, what are you doing?
We appreciate where you come from. I really appreciate it. I'm with the poor people. Actually, it's a larger family. Very controlled, very
No. That's what your community must do. You see, that's what your community has to do. Otherwise, let's take.
They were told that the contractor told them that after
well, that's a conversation between them and the contractor. If the contractor told them, now pay attention, because you have to also know how government is not Father Christmas. Government works with budget. And the other option would have been to leave the erosion. And those their houses and their fence would anyway have fallen into the erosion anyway. No. Listen, this one is that when you are actually on a harm's way, government has a responsibility to evacuate you and tell you to get out of the site. Government has a responsibility. Or is that what you want? Do they want to be taken out from there? Where? Where are they going to? Let me tell you what government does, and let me share this with you. What government does, are you listening to me? The people in Anambra area every year suffer massive flooding. What government provides them is temporary IDP camps. Literally every year, their whole assets are wiped off. Every year. Because when the flood comes, it covers the roof of the building. Yes. You have not seen that? You don't know? Those of you from the riverine areas, they know. Flooding annually, it floods and covers the roof, their farmland, their houses, everything they've acquired during the year gets damaged. What government does, because government doesn't have the resources to begin to, in 2013 or 2012, 22, a total of 8 local governments were involved. The total damage of resources done, I think you guys computed almost about 800 or 900 or something billion. The total spending of what this government has spent in 3 years, total, everything is not even anything near that. So, what you'll find is that Anambra is prone to many communities, many buildings are falling under the gully every day. And now government comes to save you. And now it's like, oh, my fence is touched. That's a conversation that I want to talk about responsible. We're talking about PPCP, public-private community partnership. There is also something that the community itself needs to do. In the relocations that we have gotten people, whole settlements in Eglobia were gotten out of the way so that the kind of massive reconstruction around that place to take place. But what is the summary of what I'm saying is that I wish government has all the resources in the world to begin to get into your land, your house is along a risky area that sooner or later you will be swallowed by gully erosion. Government has come to solve it, but maybe a certain fence was involved. Government has to come and redo that for you. I'm afraid if you stretch it that way, then we will leave it the same way that previous governments never dared to do it. There is a video going on now about the massive reconstruction that we are doing to to solve that problem permanently. Now, the next day, those whose lands have actually submerged will also show up and tell government, come and pay them. When their houses were actually at risk, their entire village at risk of being submerged in a few rainy seasons. And I think any plan for undeveloped land in Anambra, well, late people have been exiled since 20, how will they come back? We now have we have an FOB in your place. We have an FOB in your place. We're spending tens of millions every month. But your people have to rise up.
You're not seeing the effect at all.
Well, when last were you in Leeds?
Well, last I was in Leeds was 7 years ago.
Please. No, please. Excuse me. Excuse me. Please. Can you sit down? Without due respect. Please. Can you sit down? You know? No. I say, after money na abali ni tuli afa. Listen, you are traditional ruler and all the leaders of your community came and met me in Lagos and pleaded for FOB. Okay? The who is who in Lilo came and met me.
I am one of the cabinet members.
Well, you see, until you come down to Lilo, listen, you should come down to Lilo and raise a vigilante to secure your place. When you are secured here 7 years ago, you haven't been there. You haven't done anything. You never announced who you when will the certificate of the new Igwe elector for be given? Once they present that, and I'm sure, I think that has been done, the election has been done, and it's a very nice election. I'm waiting for it to be on my table. Once it's on my table, we'll get them that. I want to say, finally, when will the Obogu market be reopened? Obogu is being reopened gradually. There is an issue about payments that they make about the seized drugs. which we are trying to resolve. But that is going to be resolved very quickly. But let me also say that we are building the largest open drug market in Africa at all. And we are hoping that by the end of this year that will be completed. We're hoping that will be completed. It will be modern, it will be first class, as the case may be. Let me end by reiterating one thing, and that is the point of collective responsibility. I don't know if I am saying something. Collective responsibility. I need them with the responsibility to develop our homeland. I asked, if anybody is saying this, I talked about this insecurity thing, about communities that have been ravaged by these bad boys. Those communities, and I have given you illustrations of communities where they have been taken out. Anambra, there's no more. I'm sorry. We're finished. We've got to leave now. All those communities, anything else you have, you write it down. We'll get back to you. But every community that has been ravaged by these bad boys has been with the acquiescence of the indigenes of the community. For them to come there and stay, and continue to stay. The story of Mbosi, Agama and Doji. Yes, Agama. Was the Liana called? No Brazilian Mbosi. So, this is on the no that take control of the place and turn it upside down, and then the citizens, their response is to run away. Now, they take hold and then determine whether you will come home again or not. They don't ever announce the government. The government will come, the army, the police, we have people there. Before I left, I just signed the bills again. Every month to keep them there. It costs the government tens of millions every month to keep those people there. Otherwise, the next thing, that's the only thing that your people requested of us. Please bring FOB to our place. And they have. And as they are going, Army will bring the most sophisticated equipment. Amram. If you third road, third and Lilo. If you third road, very far, for near IEDs. Near IEDs, they provide explosive devices. If you have a will blow up. Third roads. A fofa ID drone na Lilo one. Drone ID. I saw it because I get these reports on daily basis. The way drone a 4 marker to AK-47 about to AK-47. Now guy in the middle of the road. Indigenous. They live. And I said, Governor, behind Mano Mafanja. There, FOB army, police, vigilante, no eba. Did you say how many mother named the bona who get over? Yeah, never. For them to go and pick them out. Because these soldiers and Navy, police, they have come from all over the country. They don't know Lilo. It's you that will tell them, Negonya, no get involved. Otherwise, how? How are they going to do it? That's the point. There is a limit to what the guy, if now say weather. Somebody has to take them round. Who is that person? And the boys have a field day. The boys are having a field day. So, like I said, we have tried experiments. We've liberated dozens of communities from these boys, but there is only one lesson. No community has been liberated sustainably without the ownership by the community. Community no na say go and get us. It's gonna work. Because this policeman from Bauchi or this soldier from Adamawa doesn't know anywhere. We just send him on foot. No, if I believe in Anambra. He go see Uzo, but there by drop where.
He doesn't want to die there.
And he doesn't want to die there, by the way. Abatalilu. These people had to commandeer a church. Because you have no place else. That's what I'm saying. Because I know the history. Any community from what is going on there. When we sent them, because it was an emergency, they had to literally drive out the Catholic Church. You know the Catholic Church. Oh, there you go. We had to drive them out because the community couldn't provide anything else. Ndị ụka, bishop na-akpọ m, si kpọpụzie ndị a. Community, kedu na ebe ọzọ, anyị nwere ebe ọzọ. Fajide unu ụka, jide nke ife a. Ngosi na anyị ụmụaka anyị amara ndị fabụ. So, ndị bụ na na-asị, Father, kedu ka ha ga-esi from spirit. So your people have to step up and honor, take responsibility. Please, I say you will communicate to them. So anyway, I think I just wish that this doesn't end. I just wish that this can go on forever and ever. And I think from time to time, it will be my singular honor. I apologize to those of you who didn't have a chance to ask your own question publicly, but let's get to do it later at some other time. Hopefully, maybe we'll institutionalize this, maybe at least on an annual basis. What? Annually, I am working on it. And the next time I'll get message. I may phase 1 and phase 2. I may say the old school, the guy. People's club. They got that do me, I do you, do me, I do you, do me, they do me, I do you. I I want to tell you this. Anambra is rising.
That's right.
Anambra is rising. Anambra has a date with destiny. We have a date with destiny. Anambra is a state. We cannot be anything else. We are endowed. We can be anything that we design our state to become. We can be anything that we agree that our state will become. But it will take all of us doing our part. Ị na-eme na-ajụ onwe gị kedu ife mmere ụnyaahụ, kedu ife mmere tata, kedu ife ga-eme echi ka Anambra wee dị mma. Ọ bụ na ya because ka anyị nọ ebe a ụmụnne m, ife anyị nọkwa ebe a, I'm sure you all know it, you all face it. It's very inconvenient truth, but a lot of people I know ebe a. That's why I admire my brother. So now to school. We'll make sure that that model is replicated. Because a lot of women can idol ever, I know, so I'm a labor. Work well. Okay, man. But so bell, my family a bell, do not alone. Do not alone. And then I am Saturday, Sunday, out in service.
Return ticket,
Return ticket. Each year, the about was all the phone I feel to see them. So, we must consciously develop a consciousness for that homeland. We must develop that consciousness for that homeland. Makatubu made a mistake. Imai Kaito the Anambra. Let us make it happen. Thank you very much. And God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please remain seated on your seats. Pause, please. Remain seated wherever you are, please. Remain seated. Many of you have written your questions, and as long as you have your email address there, you will be responded to. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Before you go, yes, I am passing the microphone over to Dr. Chukwuma, who is the chairman and the president of the Ambassador of the UK. Very short.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, a minute, please. A minute, please. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of
excuse me, guys. Because get in announcement, you don't get back. Only when they say you can, but no one you find. Please stop down. One house. One house, please. Let's listen to the vote of thanks from our brother, Ambassador of the Chukwuma. Please. Only when they say you can, only you find.
Oh,